Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the CCS. Today, we have a very important matchup in the lower bracket for you guys. We have the predicted fourth seed Syndicate fan club versus Lotus. We are currently in the draft. I'm Sutek. I got JP on the cast with me as my color. And we are straight away into these bands. We got Zin and the Mel band for Sin, and we have more Jarvan for the side of Lotus. I think both of these are pretty expected.
Yeah, I'm not
Most played
surprised by the
for Sin.
Mordekaiser ban for
Yeah,
sure.
yeah, most played for Sin
Um,
is more than Jarvan from both roles, so.
yeah. Um, yeah, I've seen a lot of Mordekaiser, especially lately with the buffs, so I'm not at all surprised by that. Pretty sure last night I got Mordekaiser banned every single game.
Yeah, I mean the chimp's pretty strong right now. Obviously, it has now been nerfed as of this morning. I believe his E got buffed, but his R got reduced by 3% of the stats that it steals, as we see
Yeah,
the Ashe and the
correct.
Seraphine bands coming in. And it's looking like a B1 Nocturne for Lost. That's probably I'm pretty sure that's the second most played character of the split currently right now.
Yeah.
This champ, I was shocked that this character did not get hit. This champ is insane right now. It doesn't matter what you pair it with. Lotus could literally take like Ori Wukong here, and I'm pretty sure Nocturne just doesn't care.
Yeah, and I'm a
Like,
little surprised by the Seraphine ban, especially after Ashe is already banned. I guess they're worried about like something like a Seraphine Mel or some powerful pairing with the Seraphine, but I honestly still would have banned the Nocturne over it. Uh,
yeah, and I think I'm pretty sure the Ziggs login is going to just go straight to Crispy. I don't think Crits is going to play this or Winion uh is his IGN in game. Um but one thing I will note for this draft is this is Jake on jungle for Lotus, which is not their normal jungler. As you see the Aurora get locked in with the Nocturne. The Aurora can go top. This is a flex for them. Tiny Tips does play this. But Jake is coming in for Lotus for jungle as an E-sub. The bans were waived. Historically, I don't know how much Wukong Jake has played. I know he mostly plays Bruisers, and
yeah, he
most
likes
of
he
them
likes
are
his
top
volley bear.
laners. Yeah, most
Yeah,
of them
he
end
likes
up
his
being
top lane
top
picks for
laners.
sure. Like
But
Mundo, I've seen him play. Uh,
but
Sorry,
like
continue.
but yeah, I do think that the Ziggs will likely go to Crispy, and they will like lock like a strong Ori pairing with the Wukong to make sure that this combo is good. As there, it looks like there's a draft bug right now. Like there's a second Ziggs hover. But we do see the Silver get locked in. Uh, which leads me to believe that in the next ban phase, uh,
Yeah, I'm gonna be banning out Colin with in this phase, especially we already see Cubs. Yeah, this is a great Alistar pick. Great pick in
yeah, yeah,
Silver
good Alistair
always.
pick.
Yeah, it's good in Nocturne as well. Uh, this is just really strong because you get to break the shield and then immediately knock them back, or knock them up rather.
Yeah, and I mean the Alistair wins the interaction too. You break the shield W, knock him up with Q. We see your Nectin get banned.
Yeah, that's a
But
good ban
the
away from Guar.
yeah, the main thing I was gonna say about the Silver pick though, into the Ziggs, if the Ziggs does go bot, the Silver matches the wave clear. Obviously she gets outranged, but
Yeah,
at least you can match push. Ornn's gonna get banned here from Guar, which I also think is another good ban. I don't want to just let them pick their top laner on 4. And I think
yeah,
it's also important that you ban these blind top laners too, because the Aurora flex is still there, and you don't want to play Aurora into like an Ornn Scion.
yeah, and so they're probably looking towards I would guess a Scion pick, given that they were hovering, excuse me, a Olaf ban. I'm not 100% sure what that blind's going to be. I'm assuming they're going to counterpick Guar. That's usually what they do. That's what they did when we played against them as well. Um, and Guar's got a really good pool when it comes to counterpicking these tanks. He can whip out the Fiora. He can pick Darius, Aatrox, whatever. He has a multitude of picks he can pick into it. So I'll be looking at the top lane matchup to really see how they deal with Guar's pool. Yeah, there comes the Olaf ban, as expected. Okay, Scion ban. Interesting. So I guess
Yeah,
they think
Ornn
they're
Scion.
gonna R4, and that's
Yeah,
a
I think the
flex.
idea is that they're gonna R4 a flex, the Aurora is gonna go top, and then they're just gonna put the Yone mid and counter the Aurora. top lane. That's my
I
guess.
believe this is a flex between Winyan and Guar for the Yone. I could be wrong. Somebody fact check me.
Yeah,
Galio. Okay, yeah,
we
that's
see
probably a
Galio get
Yone.
locked in, which honestly is again another flex. They both play it. I'm pretty sure Guard does play Galio. He's played it 1 or 2 times in this season. I'm
It's not that
almost
hard.
positive.
I've picked a time or two as well. It's not a difficult pick.
I want to see what comes out support here to counter the Alistar because I think it's pretty important that Sivir stays alive in these strats, and I actually do really like Poppy here.
Yeah,
The problem with Poppy though is that the W cooldown is longer than the Alistar combo cooldown, so he kind of has to like build early CDR and put points into W to stop the Alistar from being Alistar. But otherwise, I really like the pick. I probably would have went Tom Kench and Sivir here because they're playing like a wombo combo
yeah,
team fight
dive
comp,
comp.
which I thought was a lot. So I think Tom's like better fulfills the role, but I think Poppy's not bad if we can't play Tom,
Yeah, the
even
nice
though
part about the Poppy is that it does it every single one of these champs will get fucked by Poppy W. The Ziggs bounce, the Wukong dash, the Alistar dash, the Galio dash. Yeah, I expected an Aatrox here. I would not expect a Fiora here. I don't know how confident Guar is in this matchup. I don't know this matchup at all. I don't play either of those champs, but I do know Aatrox versus Alawi is a pretty solid matchup. Uh, so Vayne. Vayne is also not a bad matchup. Depends on how good the
I don't.
Alawi is.
I think Vayne is like way better here. Like even just team comp wise, even if the Vayne gets abused and they make it to late game, they at least have an 80 carry to fall back on for damage because they
Yeah,
were kind of low damage right now.
yeah, I like that pick a lot more. Honestly, I would have been happy with anything with a dash on it, even though he's still up. Um, we just need. I think this team needs more damage. Uh,
Yeah, I mean, there's also a weird thing that can happen here where like the Ziggs can go mid and the Galio can top, and the
yeah,
Vayne can go bot still and into the Sivir and like hard win the lane phase for them.
I doubt that's gonna
But
happen
I
for the
doubt
Alawi.
that is what happens when it's
Yeah,
Vayne into Alawi
yeah,
R5.
that I
So
will back you on.
there is a chance that it could happen like that because Vayne also beats Sivir, but I am doubtful that that is going
So
to be the case.
I really do like both of these comps. I'm leaning towards Sin's comp a little more, just because they do have the damage to get through all these tanky members. Um, and I just think Lotus is going to struggle to get through their comp. I think the key will be to see if Lotus can get some picks early, get the ball rolling early. I mean, they have great pick potential if that Alistar roams. So we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, I will kind of play devil's advocate here as well. I do really like Syndicate's comp. I think that as long as Alawi doesn't fall super far behind, she is very going to be very relevant even in team fights this game because Lotus does have quite a few melees outside of the Ziggs and the Vayne. The only thing that I see like between the two teams is one comp is like very obviously easier to team fight with and play with, and that is definitely the comp with the Vayne Ziggs. You kind of
Yeah,
just
for
send your
sure.
Wukong in, Galio on top of
Yeah,
him, he clones out with second R, and then you guys just kind of like run the team fight from there and pray that you kill somebody before the Nocturnal comes in. And it's
yeah.
like 99.9% of the time you will get a pick doing that. So I personally like Lotus's comp more. I think it's easier to play, but I think both comps definitely have, um, a way to win the game and team fight.
Yeah, and I think since uh team fight, while weaker, I think they have better side lane presence, especially with the Aurora and Nocturne. Uh, and Nocturne puts so much pressure on the side lanes just by existing. As a top main and somebody who primarily plays split pushers, I always have to be conscious rather, of where that Nocturne is. So I think mid and late game, uh, the the Syndicate comp is going to pivot around that Aurora and comboing with the Nocturne. Um, but we'll see what ends up happening.
Yeah, I mean, and with that, I do believe that since this is League of Legends, we are going to head off to a 3-minute break due to delay. So once we come out as spectator, we'll see everybody there.
See you guys on the flip side. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to our round 3 lower bracket playoffs matchup between Syndicate and Lotus. For those of you just joining us, my name is JP. I'm here along with my co-host Sutek. Sutek, we got a bit of an unusual swap going here. Both teams swapped their mid and top laners, so it looks like we have Aurora top and Alawi mid, and then Vayne mid and Galio top. Not what I expected.
Yeah, I did say some funky swap shenanigans were probably going to happen in the draft, but I did not say anything quite like this. This is extremely unusual, but it does make sense. You do kind of want the Vayne to follow the Alawi because it's a good matchup for the Vayne. It just so happens that they both went mid, and I actually think
we got a rage bait from Pride. We had a stroke figuring out where each champ went. Yeah.
Yeah, and as I was saying, I think it actually works out better for the side of Lotus to have the Vayne be mid anyway, even though you don't get level 20 Vayne versus level 20 Alawi. The Vayne does get buffed boots, and move speed on Vayne is king. This champion loves movement speed, loves being able to dance around to fight, do whatever it wants, so buffed Vamp boots, buffed Berserkers, even buffed defensive boots, all really broken on the Vayne, as we see some big trades coming out mid and top, respectively, for each side that has the stronger matchup.
And I feel like also Galio top is going to feel a lot better into the Aurora in the long lane. You have so much more opportunity for kills if you're Galio against Aurora in that long lane. I played this matchup before, and it's rough in the mid lane. It's even rougher in the top lane for Aurora. So it'll be interesting to see. I'm going to keep an eye on top lane and see how that ends up.
Yeah, one thing I do want to note is that Wukong does clear slightly slower than Nocturne does, but they are mirrored on their clear, which means if Nocturne has to fight Wukong on this bot crab, and since they do both have Conqueror, I do believe it's winning for Nocturne as long as the fear goes through. And on top of this, should be able to force Sprout whenever he wants, until Ziggs has like 3-point skew, I believe it is when he starts one-shotting backline. So if the Wukong does end up fighting the Nocturne here on the crab that spawns, it'll probably be the first fight of the game, and it'll probably completely flip the game, depending on who wins. As we do see the Alistar go in, he's looking to get the stun on the Poppy. The Poppy does get stunned, knocked back. Crispy, does he have the damage to finish it? Two more autos, and he's out. Crispy's out of mana. Yeah.
Yeah, those potions coming in very nice. I think he got a decent chunk of healing off of that, and then I'm surprised he didn't pop heal. I would have 100% panicked and popped heal, but that's probably why I'm not a bot laner.
Yeah, and Wukong's sitting in banana here, and the Poppy is engaging onto the Alistar. The Nocturne's going to move over, the Alistar is going to flash away, and the heal will be popped from the side of the Poppy, and Sivir seems to still be able to auto. Oh, there it is, first blood to Cub. He has to walk through all of the Ziggs abilities, and I think with that happening, the way that happened, I do think Nocturne loses this. Yeah, he does lose the
they
crap
just
here.
Came down to a smite battle there, and Nocturne was just a bit slower. Wukong with a better smite since he was on the crab to begin with. Looks like it might be a double scuttle too. And meanwhile in top lane, we are just getting fucked.
Yeah, they're getting completely fisted up here. The Aurora's not having a good time. But I will say the one caveat here is that the Alistar is going to open up mid and try and get mid something early on here. But the Wukong for this Solo Crab does mean that he doesn't get his recall off. And
so we're not going to be able to fight bot lane off this next clear for sure.
Yeah, and there's going to be a scrap here for this. So Jake is most likely going to die here as the fear comes out, and he does get grounded by the W.
Sean?
So yeah, Wukong is going to fall.
Oh, no fucking way.
And dude, and Sean actually kills the Vayne, and the Vayne does not pop any of her summoners to do it.
I 100% thought Sean was ending there. That was actually insane. The Alawi slap healing really coming in clutch. We see a TP top lane from Aurora. And mid lane, we're doing some farming.
Yeah, I mean,
I'll
so
be
far
honest, I'm impressed.
Yeah, so far Syndicate's doing really well in these like small little skirmishes within the game. Like one happened bot lane on the Alistar, the Poppy just like full force onto Shibs. Shibs died for it in the long run, and then again topside they figured Wukong was going to overstay there, and for whatever reason he did instead of just going and clearing his Krug. So he also dies, and then Sean just completely outplays crits in mid lane.
Yeah, that was crazy, and that's why I mentioned before I was on cast. I mentioned I think this actually Alawi being mid lane is not terrible for her, because Alawi in the longer lane against the Vayne is going to really struggle. So even though Vayne is also happy in the mid lane, Alawi's also happy because she gets to actually fucking farm. Whereas in the top lane, you're just not going to get to farm. You're going to get zoned off the wave.
Yeah, and that is the other caveat too, is that does kind of also work both ways. If this Vayne does end up getting like forced on a ton,
great.
Yeah, the soul lash is gonna come through, and Vayne's gonna lose like 40% of her health for it. You know, just allowy things randomly hitting E means you win lane. But yeah, it does go both ways. The Vayne also, if she is getting completely fisted in the lane, can just back up to the tower and farm under tower, because that's just how mid lane works. As you see, Wukong does get the first streak of the game with the bot pro that he does have. Colin's going to flash forward. The Ziggs W is going to come down. Crispy's going to flash away. Ziggs bombs come out. The soul has been pulled from Sean, and everybody's just going to walk away from this fight. I believe it was only a Ziggs flash that was used. I guess also the Poppy flash. So yeah. Flash for flash in bot lane for the Dragon is a pretty good trade, but you are down 900 gold.
Yeah, and I'm impressed nobody's dying here. You know, I'm surprised War didn't just go straight into Boots. He probably just didn't have enough gold for it. But yeah, if I'm War, I'm probably just going to rush Boots so that I have the... Oh, we gotta fight.
As you see big trade coming in, Guar's gonna force an all-in here. The ulti is going to come out from Tiny Tibbs. Tiny Tibbs is now out of mana. I do believe that Guar can shove this wave fast enough, maybe? No, it's not going to be fast enough.
We saw her TP earlier, so this is going to be at least a plate.
Nah, he's going to hit the plate and then he's going to back away. But I definitely think if he had like an extra 2 seconds, that Aurora was still dead under tower.
Yeah, it's a great trade. I think we're going to see Boots coming at from Guar here, just to give him that extra kill pressure. And then I'm not sure what in addition. Really? So he's not going for Boots. I guess he's going straight for...
he's going the Sunfire item. Yeah, I can't remember what it's called.
Hollow Radiance, there we go.
Yeah, that's the one. Hollow Radiance. Okay, you're the top laner here.
Yeah, I should know it off the top of my head. But unfortunately, I am an R word, which I probably shouldn't say on stream.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't hate the Hollow Radiance here. It does give you push into the Aurora, and I think the Galio does still want to show up to these team fights, so I actually think it's a pretty good idea to build this item. I know our other caster, Mr. Septi, is a serial Bommies hater, and that nobody should ever get the Bommies item in any lane, ever. But I do think it's actually not bad this game. As we see a fight break out mid,
that's huge.
Alawi ulti is going to come through. Everybody's going to walk away, and I do believe that's just going to be the end of the fight. Nobody really bombed anything except for the Alawi R.
Yeah, and Vayne's getting absolutely CS gapped, by the way. We're up 25 CS in 8 minutes. That is a significant chunk of gold. I don't know if we can look at the gold graph real quick and see that mid lane gold gap. I think that is almost the entirety of their gold gap. No, that's only... Okay, so that's a quarter of the
plus the kill. Yeah, plus the kill. Yep.
Yeah. Plus 1,000 gold bot lane. From, I assume, plates. I believe we're missing 2 plates bot. But, yeah, this is 2,000 gold at 9 minutes is not where you want to be, especially as a team fighting comp where you want to make it to later game. So, I mean... I probably want to make a play around Grubs here. We're looking at a fight here.
Yeah, the Tiny Tibbs is just going to trade back, and it's going to be a nothing burger top trade. I do agree with you. I do think that playing for Grubs on the side of Sin does make the most sense. The only unfortunate bit is that Nocturne, since he forced him into enemy bot side, he does have to clear his bot side. But now there is also a significant lead in jungle. Wukong got forced off of 2 camps. He's going to look mid. He's going to flash our Sean. And the Nocturne ulti is going to come through onto Vayne. The second Wukong R knockup is going to come through. The Vayne is 2 autos away from death. Can he go back in? Wukong's going to get the first kill. Galio ult is going to come down. Sean is no flash, and he is dead. 100 to 0'd off at the Galio CC there. Poppy's going to cover the mid wave, and everybody's just going to handshake and walk away from this skirmish.
Yeah, and that's a huge ult for Guar as well. It gets him 3 stacks on his Dark Seal. That's a good chunk of extra damage. A good chunk of extra gold for him, because he got the kill and the assist. I assume that he got the assist from the ultimate shield. And so he's going to be feeling pretty strong top lane. He's going to have a significant lead now. Probably about 400 gold if I had to give it a guess.
Yeah. He has like about 400-ish gold lead, and then
Sorry,
the Dark
closer
Seal...
to 500 because of the plate, but yeah.
Yeah, and then the Dark Seal as well is like another like 300, 400 gold in stats off just the AP. So he's had like a 1k gold lead just on his own, as we do see Syndicate is going to pick up these scrubs, which is pretty integral here for them because they are playing with an Alawi and a Sivir, so they do just infinitely hit these towers for free.
Yeah, and they're also more of a split push comp than the other team. I don't think they just win in a straight 5v5, not generally anyways. So that's really important for them to be able to get that extra pressure in the side lane.
Yeah, and I mean, one interesting thing about this game, I'm looking at the itemization coming out right now. The Wukong's going Triforce, which is pretty normal. We're seeing the Hexblade come out from the Nocturne because he's playing Conquer. That makes sense. Looks like there's a little scuffle mid. Everybody's just going to walk away. But the Vayne, even though she's losing, right, you know, very tactically is building the Hexblade first as well, it looks like. And I actually think that that is the correct thing to do, despite the Alawi doing percent health damage with this E. She should be able to dodge it most of the time. And having Vayne ulti up for every single skirmish that happens around like these dragons and the grubs and all of this that's about to happen here is super integral. Like Vayne being able to play these fights is super important. As we do see, Alawi is looking for a flank here. The Nocturne ulti is going to come down once the dragon gets low. I don't know if he's actually going to look for it. He is. He's going to look on the Ziggs. Ziggs is going to flash away. He's going to get feared up. He's going to go down. The Sivir ult is ticking. Everybody is running towards the Wukong and the Vayne. The Vayne is most likely going to turn here with the Wukong ult, as Jake does finally go in here with the second Wukong R. The Vayne is looking to try and be able to auto. She gets stunned from an incredible distance. The Vayne's going to pick up the shutdown gold onto the Poppy. She's going to keep looking to try and get an additional kill here for herself. Jake is going to get feared up and taken down as well by the Alawi. So now the Alawi is 3-0, I believe, off of this play. 3-1 off of this play.
Yeah.
So Alawi is very accelerated. Yeah, it was a really rough position.
I think after that kill back from Jake's great engage, by the way, I think you just have to back off all the way. And they just didn't back off all the way. They kind of were just hovering around, hoping, I assume they were hoping they could get the Drake, and ended up getting punished. Meanwhile, top lane, War's making Aurora back.
Yeah, and I mean,
really
this Aurora is not able to play the game.
Oh god, not the fucking Soulful, dude.
the Soulful, I don't think is going to do as much damage this time, hopefully.
That's half her health.
They don't get the full duration. Oh, we're gonna get a replay on this fight. The whole fight pretty much kicks off of the Alawi flank. Obviously, the Nocturne is the first person to go in. But this Alawi flank is kind of the biggest thing that happens this fight. He does just ride this line with the Nocturne ulti of Vision, and then Nocturne goes in, they immediately killed Crispy, which I think was very integral to how this play works out, because if Crispy gets a little bit more poke in here, this Vayne does just go nuclear in this fight. And then, yeah, the Wukong goes in, obviously. The Vayne is stun-locked, I guess, by the tentacles for whatever reason, so doesn't get, like, the 3 additional autos that he was definitely going to get, and then, yeah, he just goes back in with Jake.
I don't know if you guys saw that little step back there, but yeah, I think he just backs out. It's a better angle for him, and it's just the bounces from Sivir we're doing so much damage.
Yeah, as we're gonna see Galio go in here, every button kind of missed, but Tibbs can't really trade back because Galio's on full items, so we are gonna see Crispy get engaged on here. The Q's gonna come down, the R's gonna come down, he's just dead, yeah. So if I'm Lotus in this position, how do we win
and that's
this
tower
game,
bot,
right?
by the way.
Yeah, that is most likely full tower. Yeah, there's one plate left. Alistair's gonna try his best to defend it. Oh, Wukong's here actually. No, maybe it's playable. He has to run down call in here, which is most likely doable. He has W. He's gonna R flash. He gets Cub's flash. He has second R proc. Alistair's gonna go in.
Yeah.
Nocturne's going in. Nocturne gets knocked up by the second Wukong R proc. The Galio is, or no, never mind. That's the Ziggs TP. Ziggs TP is gonna come in, and then the side of Sin is going to walk away here. So the tower doesn't actually go down, which is pretty good. But we do see in this mid lane that this counter pick matchup that is supposed to go incredibly well for the Vayne side is kind of getting completely mogged right now because of the additional kills that the Alawi has gotten, as we do see the exhaust come
Oh my
down and
god.
the Vayne is dead anyway.
No
I don't
way.
even know how
Yeah,
that
and this
works.
is kind of what I was afraid of, because the thing you have to remember about playing ranged into melee is that the time when you are just absolutely guaranteed to be stronger is going to be the early game. Especially if you're Vayne into some strong bruiser like Malawi, the time where you're stronger than her is really early game, and then really late game. As Guar's going to walk out, I think he saw Poppy on Vision, I'm assuming, and he is completely out. Yeah, he saw him on the Phalite board there. But yeah, so I mean, and as range top, your job is to zone enemy laner off of first couple of waves, maybe even make wave push into you. But you can't do that in mid lane.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't exactly know how Lotus is going to be able to stabilize the game here. The Vayne is very far behind now, like 2,000 gold far behind now. And she did
Yeah.
build aggressive boots and not the defensive boots, so I guess the answer is truly just play to scale, but I don't know how well that's actually going to go for them, because if Simmer's going to be able to free hit in these fights because she has these three tanky members in front of her, I think that she's just going to out DPS the Vayne off of just straight gold. So
Yeah,
we're going to
and
see the Nocturne ulti come in. The Wukong is going to steal away the Rift Herald. Tiny Toon is going to go in with in between
good
worlds. The
good
Galio
ult.
ult is going to come down and try and save the team. Ziggs is currently down. Nocturne is out of the fight. The Poppy has to flash away. Sivir is free hitting here with Tiny Tips. And Alawi is just going to march on forward and collect all of the additional kills that she
But it's
is
just the
looking
Sivir
for.
ult making the difference
Oh,
there.
the
I mean, on the
Aurora
rundown,
flashed at the end of that play too. Did not get
that's
the
a little bit of
Wukong.
a questionable flash there. I mean, you're just getting so much value out of the Sivir, out of the bounces, and especially out of the ult on the chase down there. Um, you know, Lotus just wasn't able to back out of the fight, and they didn't have the damage to burst the frontline members of Syndicate, and you saw the results. That's what, 3 for 0, if I'm not mistaken. Uh, so, as Lotus, how do you come back from this? Is my question.
Yeah, I mean, I think we've said it before already, but I think the only way that the side of Lotus does come back from this is we're gonna get a replay of this fight, and everything kind of starts immediately as the Nocturne hops on the Ziggs. Sean ends up last hitting him after the Galio ult comes down, and then Galio goes in to taunt up Colin and, you know, lost his
Yeah,
Silo
and you
to
can see the
go in on
value
this
of
fight.
the Sivir ult here. They're just
yeah.
running at him.
They're
They
just
can't
running
get
at them
away.
with Silver ulti. Yeah. So
And the-
it's completely unplayable, especially if you have to funnel through a choke against the Silver in literally any game. Also, weird that Galio doesn't win that interaction with Poppy, but yeah, unfortunate second death from Guar going back into the pit where there's a ward. Everybody kind of just collapses on him. Wukong is going to waddle through mid to go collect his camps. But yeah, I do think that Lotus just needs to find a way to let the Vayne scale into the game. But I mean, we might already be way past that point with
I
accelerated
think we're just
Alawi and
past the
Sivir.
point of no return.
Yeah.
I think at this point in the game, Syndicate's just running away with it. I mean, it would take a very large throw from Lotus to, as we might have found that throw.
Yep, here goes, Lost goes in, and he's going to kill Ziggs immediately. The Wukong ulti is going to come down, the Galio ult is going to slam forwards, and Wukong and Ziggs are dead pretty much immediately here. The Vayne is going to join the back end of this fight, ulting in, but, you know, he needs to get about a trillion ult autos onto this Alawi. He is going to stun him up. The Shiv is going to go forwards with the Alistair flash. Vayne picks up one, which is a pretty big shutdown, to be fair, so... I mean, well played.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's 2 for
3
3.
for 1.
That's great.
Or yeah, 3
Yeah.
for 2 rather. So we did get a shutdown here. That's actually really good that Vayne gets that shutdown. It's like insane, like game-changing shutdown gold. Because now there's only about a 2,000 gold difference, which is manageable for Vayne. Like that's within outplay distance now. So
Yeah,
if
but the
Vayne
only
sees a good
reason
enough
why
fight,
is we don't have Aurora in this fight. Aurora is all the way bot lane, right? So the only reason why Vayne is able to do anything at all in this fight is because Aurora's bot lane and they don't have the pressure.
Yeah, I mean, well, I that is true, and Aurora does pick up a tower for it. I'm not sure why Sin chose to even take the risk here. Maybe they just didn't think it was a risk at all. Maybe Sean's just coming, yo, I'm just gonna kill everybody in this choke here. Just play with me in Sivir. But yeah, obviously, the side of Lotus did, turn around and hand check them there, made them bite the bullet. So, I mean, we'll see. The Vayne should be hitting the Blade of the Ruined King, which I believe is the item that she's going to be building into next in, I think, 2 to 3 minion waves here. And I think that is actually what is going to change the game here. If she hits the Bork within the next 2 minutes for this dragon fight, and they get a good position on this Drake before the Alawi hits the Death Stance, I do think that Lotus can win fights. They just have to play slow on the Nocturne ulti. As we do see now, Kritzy does have enough attack speed to kind of like mobilize himself in these fights and move around quickly to dodge all those tentacles and stuff. So at least we're able to side lane now. It's pretty good.
Yeah, and so the burst damage on the side of Syndicate is really great and all. However, once that fight starts to really extend, and if you're not getting onto the Vayne, or getting onto the Ziggs, or both, that's when I think that's what Lotus needs to angle for. Especially considering that their Drakes are their win con right now. I think you need to be setting up for Drake very, very early, getting in position where you can either get a pick, or you have the option to back away slowly and just keep on putting out damage. As
Alistair's gonna walk in here and push the Poppy into his team. There isn't any additional CC there, so he's just gonna pop his ulti and try and waddle at them and get a stun in. But yeah, everybody's just gonna walk away. Pop's just gonna eat back onto the Alistair and get out of there. But it was a good attempt. I think if there's any follow-up CC or damage there, that guy is definitely dead. But I think it's an okay
look. I
look.
That Alistar ult just because you're not gonna have, if you want to set up early for Drake, you're not gonna have Alistar ult up before Drake. It's gonna be coming up, I assume, sometime around Drake.
No, I think it'll be up. He has like 20 CDR plus the ulti haste.
Oh, sure, he does have ultimate.
Yeah. So it should be back up in about 30-ish seconds. It'll be up like literally right before the Drake. I'm almost positive. So
yeah, and I just want to look real quick at the resources that both teams have. Alistar's missing his flash right now. That's not going to be up until about I want to say a minute and a half. So that's going to be about a minute after Drake spawns. So he doesn't really have that option to flash engage. So that's just an extra engage tool. Not that Lotus needs engage tools on their team comp, but that is an extra tool that they're missing.
Yeah, and it's interesting that the control word comes down. The Alistair doesn't immediately attempt to clear it there. I think it's pretty safe to do so. It looks like Lotus is just going to concede the dragon here and play to try and kill Shauna in the side lane. I don't know if that's like the correct thing to do. I feel like it was totally okay to 4v5 and try and attempt to get the 1k on Sivir, but the Galio is going to go in. He's going to get super chunked to keep Sean interested. The Wukong is going to clone backwards, which is a very smart use of the clone.
Oh my God,
ult is going to come out,
disgusting.
and he's just going to get CC'd forever and die. They're going to lose the Drake for it, but that is the call that they chose to make. So, well played on aggressing on top side here, get a little bit of gold back on the map, and now the deficit's only about 4k, 2 Drakes to 2 Drakes. I don't think it's that bad, all things considered, when you're playing the comp that does scale really well.
Yeah.
We are seeing the side of Lotus looking towards top lane now. Obviously, ships should be calming that literally everybody is running towards this Vayne, but they've kind of changed their course, and now they're looking on the red buff.
Lotus has to give this up, I think.
Yeah, they do have to give their red buff. I do think that they can fight on the way out, though. They have numbers here.
Yeah. Is down.
I still think it's okay. Yeah, the Alistair's gonna go in. There's kind of a fight on two fronts here. Colin's gonna have to walk through the bumps. Colin is down. Ziggs is gonna go down, but I mean that's whatever. Vayne's gonna pick up the one, or Wukong's gonna pick up the 1k shutdown. Not exactly who you want that to go to. Sean's gonna TP in. Everybody's gonna leave. And the summoners that we got this fight were actually super important. We got the Nocturne ulti plus plus Flash and the Poppy Flash, so now Poppy also can't Flash Engage. So this is actually, like, a really not terrible game state for them. I wish they got the 1k onto the Vayne. I think that that was really important, but it going to Wukong is probably the second best character he could have went on, so
Yeah,
I don't hate
credit
that.
to Cub. Credit to Cub for not flashing there. I think he's dead either way.
Yeah, we're gonna get a replay of
such
this,
a greedy
but
fight.
yeah,
You're going
it's
so
insanely
deep for the
greedy.
Ziggs, and he has stopwatch.
He has Flash Zonias, yeah.
I
Like,
mean,
it's so not worth it to kill Ziggs there for the 1k.
see, what I was gonna say before the fight is, I think what they're thinking, what Syndicate's thinking right now is, okay, Wukong doesn't have ult, let's go, pull the trigger, but it doesn't matter because you don't have your second strongest member.
Yeah, the Alawi was
I don't know why you're
dead.
not fighting that without Sean. I don't know why
Yeah.
you're not fighting that without Alawi.
Yeah, it makes no sense. Again, I think it's just a matter of Nocturne looking for all these extra plays that he doesn't need to look for. Obviously, he felt pressured to do something after trading Drake for Sean, but I mean, Sean should have just calmed, like, "Hey guys, don't ever fight without me. It's not worth it." Because I mean, yeah, now this gold lead is starting to shrink again. We were at about a 4k gold lead, as we see some vision being contested. Jake is behind enemy lines here. I think Private Ryan is just going to get out of there, but this gold lead is shrinking. It is only about 3,000 gold now as opposed to 4,000. So each and every fight, the side of Lotus is pulling the gold gap closer and closer together. We are going to see an engage onto the Wukong. He chose to not recall here. We're going to have to waste the Wukong ult and the Galio ult here, and I'm pretty sure Crispy is going to go down. The Shibboleth is going to go forwards with his cooldowns. Galio is going to try and stun up the Alawi, but everybody on the side of Lotus needs to try and get out of here as they get the stun on the Alawi. That's really, really big turn from Lotus, and now we're going to walk away. And somehow Syndicate manages to go too far forwards again and fumble into the Vayne. Yeah, that was crazy.
I don't know. Sean got bloodlust. He pulled the JP, kept on chasing, and man, yeah, I don't know how you throw this lead as Syndicate, but they're doing their damnedest.
Yeah, and I mean, again, if we are looking at the gold lead here, it's exactly a 3k gold lead, like bar for bar 3k gold
and this
lead.
is meaningless
Slightly
at
less,
this point.
but
we're
yeah, it literally
doesn't
doesn't matter.
3k is nothing.
3k is
2.5k.
nothing.
Yeah, and look where the gold is as well. You know, you have the gold is no longer on like the best members for Syndicate. It's starting to spread out a lot more. So your win cons are starting to shrink. I think the reason why this happened is because Syndicate has the Nocturne. They have all these triggers to pull, and they're like they want to pull them, and it's understandable. But I think what they need to do is really what they needed to do rather was to really work the map instead of making these what look like desperation plays. You don't need to be desperate when you're that far ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. Like, there's been a couple of Nocturne ultis where I'm like, wow, we really didn't need to do anything here. We're kind of fighting 4v4 for no reason, when we could be fighting 4v5 in like 10 seconds after we press this button. I do think that this game is going to be decided completely for either side on this like upcoming dragon. Whoever gets the second mountain drake, as we see Crispy get engaged on immediately by the Nocturne, he's gonna go down. But I don't think that that matters because Wukong's gonna actually get an insane all in here. Nocturne is gonna go down. The Aurora is going to TP on the mid wave behind everybody, but Wukong is super deep as she is gonna get popped. The Vayne is free hitting the Alawi, and now it's 4v3, and Jake is living forever. The Poppy ult is going to come down. Galio is going to go forward, try and get the taunt. Cub is flashing every ability, walking, kiting around this fight, but he's finally going to get taken down. And somebody needs to probably help this Vayne. If the Aurora does hop over this wall, it might be a little rough, but at least the Tiny is just going to dip on out of here and start slamming the dragon for the side of Lotus. So I think that is a very game-defining fight there that Vayne just got to free play. Not sure what's going on in the comms of Syndicate, but I think that this game is probably wraps now off of them getting the third streak here. I think it's extremely important that they won that fight.
Yeah, and I think this is just a big throw from Syndicate. I mean, they had it all in the back. And I think that fight was also good for him. They, I think what they had to do was trade the Nocturne and then back out, but Sean just goes all in again. And,
Yeah, I
you know,
mean,
just sucks the rest of the team back into what was really a losing fight. We're in the situation now where Syndicate does not have the better team fight, right? So you need to be sending these members side lane, but instead you're sending them mid to team fight.
yeah, I'm unsure why we aren't just putting Aurora Lowy inside, splitting the map 3-1-1 or yeah 1-3-1, and attempting to push down these side lane towers. That is the extreme strength of your comp, really, right? Like, nobody on enemy team can really kill Aurora. We can contest Aurora, but we can't, like, free kill Aurora. And the only person that could have pressured side lane in this game was the Alawi, and now the Alawi is actually... I'm pretty sure if we look at the gold, the Vayne is just up gold on Alawi now, or even in gold on the Alawi. Yeah, it's 11 to 11. It's literally 500 gold diff. So now now that they're back at even and Vayne has items, Vayne should just completely pimp slap Alawi inside. So I do not see a way for Syndicate to win this game unless Lotus football throws it back to him. Literally lays it up for them.
Yeah,
TMT style.
So their win con at this point is, even though Vayne is back in the game, you have to send a Lowy side lane. And we gotta pause. Hopefully not for too long. But yeah, we can keep talking. Hopefully, they're not listening. Yes, replay would be wonderful.
Yeah, we would live with replay, MB. So
yeah, and so I like this fight to begin with, right? I like this pick, right? So we're setting up to go on the Ziggs, right? This is a great pick. This is a fantastic pick. Even the overchase to get the pick is great, right? But then you just have to leave. You can't go all the way in on this. Especially when we know where their members are. We have Aurora all the way on the other side of the map. We're just overdoing it, right? You don't need to do anything fancy. You take the 1-for-1. And then you send your Aurora back top lane. You keep your Aurora top lane to continue splitting, right? And now you're just in a really rough position. You're fully behind gold.
Yeah, and I mean, I think a lot of what happens in this fight is that the comms are for Tiny Tips to basically explode the Wukong. So we're gonna go back to live here, but I think the play in comms was for Tiny Tips to explode the Wukong to get the GA, which I think is good. But I think after you get the GA, I think everybody should just leave. Like everything that happened after the GA is so incredibly greedy. There's no way.
And I don't even have an issue with Tiny Tips being in there. What I do have an issue with is Poppy, and then immediately following Sean going balls deep.
Yeah, I agree. I have no disagreements with you there. I think that part of it was incredibly
Sean.
greedy.
If I'm Lotus right now, honor Sean.
Yeah, true. Check PayPal, Sean.
Sean, if you're watching this, bro, what the fuck are you doing? But yeah, just you can't greed for these plays. And you know, where earlier in the game you could send a Lowy side lane and not have to really worry about the Vayne because you were just stronger.
We are seeing the Galio get picked off here by the Nocturne ulti, but Wukong is going to come in.
And this is
very far away from this fight, but Shiblet is in trying to, keep his Wukong alive, but that might have
been that football toss
that Syndicate needed, as they do pick up 3 free unanswered kills here into a Baron, which is very, very good for them. This is now in a pretty hard game state for Lotus to come back from. I don't know how we're clearing these Baron minions, and the Ziggs is also going to die. Tiny Tips is going to blow his
pick for sure.
Entire load for this, but yeah, Ziggs is going.
Oh shit!
I just ate my words.
He just got topped.
Just Allahu Akbar the buddy.
Yeah,
Anarchios is built different.
Questioning me, Anarchio. I already called going balls deep the JP special once this stream. I'm happy to continue calling it the JP special if you'd prefer that it by that name. But yeah, I mean, I think now you just have to keep Aurora inside lane. You're gonna have such a rough time otherwise.
Yeah, I mean, Aurora has to go side lane, but now she's no flash. Luckily, she does have the TP back up now from the previous play that happened to mid. But yeah, I mean, the way that both of these teams are playing, they're like randomly playing like the best team in the league for like 2 straight
20
minutes,
seconds, yeah, and
and
then
then just literally the following 2 minutes they are just football throwing. I think both of these teams deserve to lose, but I will say, uh, at
they're
least they're able
passing the
to
brain
find.
cell back and forth
Yeah,
between the two. They're
they
sharing the one
are.
brain cell, and
TP's
unfortunately they
gonna
have to
come in
take
from
turns
the
with it.
Aurora
This is going to
here.
be a great. If I'm Nocturne, I'm popping ult right now, just so you don't have vision.
Yeah, I mean, I actually really like them taking control of the spot side quadrant here, as we are going to see the Poppy and then Nocturne go in with their ultis. The Wukong ulti is going to come out. The in-between worlds is also going to come out and deal a ton of damage. But Vayne is free hitting here, and Lost is exhausted currently. The Vayne is kiting out the fight. We just need 2 more autos on the Alawi, and he dies too. Oh, it's so close.
And
The
conveyable
Poppy
Cub.
is going to probably go down here. We should be sacking Crispy here and just all trying to live so that we don't lose an inhibitor here, but looks like we're going to lose 2 more members. That's okay. But yeah, I think that the Alistar should have probably just left Crispy to die, but is what it is.
Yeah, and that's just unfortunate.
Another really close fight. Another really close fight.
Yeah, I think that's just off the back. If we can get a replay, that's just off the back of them splitting up here. They sent one member down to match the push, and the rest of them were all split off. And so as soon as Syndicate sees that, they just jump. Right? They have a great pick comp. They have fantastic single target damage. They just immediately, yeah, you can see here, they have Vayne all the way in bot lane, completely split off from the rest of their team. And they have Ziggs all the way mid. They're just not with their carries, right? And they need to make sure they're staying with their carries if they want to close this out.
Yeah, and I think another big thing about this fight too, as we watch it back, the initial engage ends up happening onto the Alistar, which is literally the worst member that you can do it on.
Yeah, that pissed
but
me off.
that is who ends up being the first target. But I will also agree with your point. Even though they are split, I think it is still like incredibly bad to fight near bot side quadrant. You always want to be fighting in a lane with Ziggs main. You never want to be fighting in a choke like this against the Sivir. It is certain death to be fighting in a choke against Sivir.
I will push back on that a little bit, but only because they have the Galio and Wukong, it really does encourage them to fight in that choke. And I think honestly that's the reason why that fight got so close, is because the Wukong went all the way deep on Conveyable Cub, like he should be doing, and was able to zone the Sivir off the rest of the fight, and War was absolutely carrying that fight. I don't know if you saw, he got 2 4-man taunts that fight. How the hell
we are going to see Wukong get caught out by the Poppy and feared up and ignited and go down. Guargumba is also going to go down here as the Sivir has 4 items now, and unfortunately just rips through his HD bar. She actually has 5 items now, excuse me.
That's a great W from Poppy as well.
Really strong. Yeah, the Poppy W basically sealed Wukong's fate there. But yeah, I mean, the other thing I want to mention here, even though this is a bit of a toughie for Lotus here, getting caught out like this, the Vayne is building Jackshow in this game for some reason. I feel like you definitely need Ginsus, right? Like, you are your team's, like, entire damage. I don't know why we're not just building damage and we're building defensive. I guess he thinks that he doesn't, like, if he doesn't immediately die at the beginning of the fight, he gets the free play, but I don't think that's the case at all. I think it's kind of grief to not go Ginsus this game, but, yeah, I mean, this game's gonna come down to, like, literally a final fight on Dragon, I'm pretty sure. Like, this Baron fight probably doesn't matter. Like, whoever gets Baron is, like, going to be in the driver's seat to have the push for the Dragon, but I think the actual Dragon fight is what's going to be what decides the game, unless Lotus full contests the Baron. Then if they lose the fight there, and it's going to be over.
This game, who wins this is going to be a question of who throws harder. It truly does not matter at this point whether... Now, I think Lotus has only 1 fight left to lose. If they lose 1 more fight, I think that Syndicate gets to end. I'm not 100% sure of that, but I believe that Syndicate will probably end. Now, if Syndicate loses a fight, I think they have 2 or 3 fights left to lose. Probably 2, realistically. They lose one fight, they lose their mid inhib, they lose a second, they lose the game.
I think it depends on how they lose a fight, because if they don't push mid in, like most teams don't do in this league, and Ziggs is left alive, then they can end in one push with Ziggs and Vayne.
Yeah.
One thing I will note that we are completely overlooking is if you look in the inventory of the Sivir, she is full build at 35 minutes, and nobody else is even close. So if this Sivir gets to free hit, game is completely Jover. So whatever
Yeah.
we do not fight in a choke anymore. Sivir has gone nuclear.
Well, I think Wukong has done a phenomenal job of just pressuring that to make sure. Yeah, credit to Jake. I mean, he is doing a phenomenal job of making sure that Silver cannot really join the fight comfortably. As we see, Syndicate might be ripping a Baron. And they can finish this before I think Lotus can get to them.
No, I mean, Lotus is already in the area now. They're kind of sniffing it out. They do need to clear wards and stuff. The Vayne is going to get chunked, which is going to make this fight extremely difficult. They're going to back off of the Baron here, which I think is the correct call. I don't think you guys exactly want to fight on the Baron. It makes your Sivir very susceptible. But when the entire side of Lotus shows on the mid wave here, they are just going to clear the wards out in the Baron pit and probably restart it immediately, because they do have the damage to do this. We do have 6 items Sivir after all. So now this is being ripped.
Yeah.
Now that Sivir is here to free hit it, and it is just gone. So it is looking like that this game is going to come down to this dragon fight, GP, like I said it was going to. But, this side of Syndicate is going to have the push here. Like, Lotus is just going to have to concede.
Well, and Syndicate has the option to just push mid.
Yeah, they can
and
just
end the
barrel
game.
down mid here. I agree with you. Yeah,
And I think they don't even bother contesting. I think they just
it,
run down mid and try and end the game here with Sivir. It looks like they're not going to do that. It looks like they're going to randomly flip a fight here.
Yeah, and Colin is actually getting caught here. The Vayne obviously isn't all inning for it for whatever reason. And the Nocturne is in backline now. Poppy is going to ulti somebody away. Poppy is 1 HP. Wukong is in his GA, about to respawn here. The Poppy is 1 HP. Wukong is going to go back in onto Sean. Vayne is free hitting this fight. Alistair gets a 3-man knockup. Cub is getting auto attack down. He is now in his GA, and Cub is the only one left alive. And that means that Lotus is going to win this team fight 5-4-0. Not even close. We're going to all sprint top lane, and we are going to try and end this game. We have 45 seconds to do that.
Yeah, I think the death timer
the game is completely over. Yeah, this game is just done with as long as Ziggs double bombs Nexus, game's done.
And this is the
that's a generational
the perfect way to end this game is Syndicate randomly full sending a shitty fight into no vision and throwing for no reason. Again.
Guys, we just had the podcast. We were all watching the podcast. I know every single person was watching the podcast, and I swear to you guys, there's no way any of you people on the podcast voted DOV, Syndicate, or Lotus to do anything in this lower bracket after watching this game. There is no possible way that Syndicate throws a 6k gold lead into Lotus throwing a 3k gold lead into Syndicate getting the 6k gold lead back and walking into Fog of War and ending and letting Vayne free it. There's no way that just happened, man.
This might simultaneously be one of the best games of League of Legends I've ever seen on an individual basis, and one of the worst games of League of Legends I've ever watched on a macro and team basis. That was painful to watch.
I need to see the gold graph for that game, because it's just a Syndicate gold roller coaster, bro. There's no other way to explain it, bro. The Sin was legit up 8 or 9,000 gold after the Baron, and then they do that, bro. They don't recall, they don't spend their gold, they don't do any of that. They just full send it on a fight. It's actually so crazy.
Truly,
I am
Theory of
getting a
Everything
ping
has
for
better
gold.
macro than this.
I am getting a ping of the scoreboard of the post game, and Cub has 23,000 gold at the end of this game on the Sivir, and the next closest person to him is the Ziggs, who was getting touched the entire game at 17,500 gold. So there is a 6,000 gold lead just on Sivir this game, only on Sivir, and somehow Sin manages to throw this game
Well, and I mean,
into the
once you're
dirt.
over 20,000 gold, you don't really 18,000 gold. You don't have any money. You don't that money is valuable. So it's basically 3,000 gold, let's say, that just went completely to waste in Sivir's inventory, which has got to feel so rough for Syndicate. But what else do you do? You played your macro so atrociously, and you're not
Yeah,
playing the full map as Syndicate. Syndicate has to come into next game thinking we need to play the whole map, not just our individual plays, not just our team fights. If they want to team fight, they need to draft a team fighting draft.
exactly, right? And I mean, as you're saying, going into the following game, I do believe we are going to send it off to a break so that all of these players can hopefully collect their mental to go into the second game,
Oh,
because even me and JP are kind of losing our minds watching
I
this
tilted
game.
watching.
Yeah, it was a complete mess, but we will see you guys when we go into the game 2 draft following this break. See you on this flip side.
ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to game two of our lower bracket matchup between Syndicate and Lotus. Last game, we saw a fiesta. Uh, what a mess. Sutek, what are we expecting from this next game?
Um, Hopefully, and I'm praying here, both teams end up, changing their drafts around a little bit,
Yeah.
and both end up on front to back team fight comps that make sense, and no wonkiness happens. And my second hope is that we finally get a good game of League of Legends from the top seeds of the tournament because, oh my god, that was the worst game
That
of
was
competitive League of Legends I've ever seen. TMG versus TOE was a more competitive looking game than
TMG
whatever the
TOE
hell
was intense,
this
bro.
was.
TMG TOE was just it was just us getting our faces smashed in, and then us pulling some bullshit out of our asses.
Yeah, that'll happen on these big jobs. But anyway, we're already mostly through this draft. We have on the side of Syndicate, the sides have not changed at all. Syndicate still wants blue. The bans are Mel, Ash, Ezreal, which I think are pretty normal. The only thing that changed, I believe, was the Ezreal. And on
Yeah,
the
the
side of
Ezreal swap for
Lotus
Lee, or excuse
is
me,
the Xerath Mordekaiser J4, which only the Xerath was changed there. We're going to see a first pick Caitlyn come through, which means we are playing through Cub, baby. Good old Cub Cadet is back at it, ready to lay the pain here. Probably Syndicate's
yeah. And I was
second
gonna
best
say I'm
player.
expecting a Seraphine given how first game's bans went. I'm expecting the Seraphine from the side of Lotus.
Yeah, and this was actually really confusing to me because the Mel is banned here. Obviously, we're for some reason going to lock Braum into this character, which
As a great Braum pick.
I think it's an okay Braum pick. I think it's better because we
Really?
locked MF with the Seraphine. I
Yeah,
think if
yeah.
it was anything but MF with Seraphine, I think that this Braum pick doesn't matter. Um, But yeah, very weird that we banned Mel and then left Seraphine open and didn't just straight take it on one. But who am I? I'm no draft genius, unless I am. But yeah, we are going to see Sean pick up the Silas here, which, I mean, is also a flex with Tiny Tims, but this is an insane Silas pick. It means that now Jake can't play Malphite either. He can play it in a follow-up game, but very important that Silas has value in this game, which he does. He has the Seraphine ult that he can take. And he can probably also take top lane's ult whenever that gets locked in, because it'll probably be a team fight tank, truthfully.
I don't love the Xin Zhao pick.
It's
This
very
is
bad into Braum Caitlyn, yeah. I don't like it
terrible
either.
into Braum Caitlyn, and also terrible into Silas. I'm a little confused by this Xin Zhao pick. I feel like there's definitely better things that you could pick here. Um,
Yeah, I mean, Xin Zhao is actually pretty okay into Silas for the most part. He can duel him, quite well. The only problem I have overall with the Xin Zhao is into the Braum. When he has these two characters specifically that insta-proc hits passive for him at, max range or whatever, the Silas is incredibly hard to play well, but I think Jake is a pilot on this character. He's kind of built different on this thing. He looks way
yeah,
better than a lot of average Sinzao players, so maybe he'll be able to make it work and assert a little bit more dominance, as we do see Trundle, Yone, Ornn, and Malphite all get banned here, and we are going to see Xin Ori, which is pretty common combo at this point. Nocturne and Wukong are both down, who are the two normal pairings as we're hovering through some things here. I don't hate Lux. I
I
also
think
don't
Ori's
love
probably
Lux
good as
Blind.
well.
The interesting thing that can happen here is Kritzy can actually take the Seraphine mid here, and they could play Seraphine mid and avoid the Braum entirely in that lane. But it looks like we're just going to pick up Hui, which is another champion that kind of doesn't really like playing against Braum outside of the R, obviously, but I don't hate it. It's pretty good blind. And it kind of dissuades the picking of like an Akali or something here for Sean,
Yeah.
or Tiny
I was
Tims.
actually thinking that Jake would pick like a Mundo Flex, um, with War instead of the Xin Zhao. I didn't expect the Xin Zhao to come out there.
I mean, I don't hate the idea of a Mundo flex. I think the only problem is then you're locking Mundo into Silas and giving him an additional really good ultimate every fight, right?
I see. I've never thought that Mundo was that great on Silas
It's
because you're
pretty
already
good.
playing on
It's
so
pretty
low
good.
HP. In order to get value out of Mundo, it is great move speed and just like stat stick, but the regen isn't that valuable. Yeah, I think this is a good Mundo pickup. I really do because none of these champs can really stop you. Is the thing. Um, Mundo versus Renekton is a great matchup top lane. Uh, Renekton isn't really able to get onto you if you hit your Qs. Silas doesn't get great value, in my opinion, compared to most other picks. I think Silas getting Mundo ult is like whatever, and you're such a huge threat onto the Caitlyn Syndra.
Yeah, I mean, we locked the window anyway, which is kind of confusing to me
I don't know why
because
they
now
didn't take it on R3 though.
we could have just taken it on R3 and gotten like an actual better jungler. But I think it's okay. The only gripe I really have with this Lotus comp is they are kind of low damage into Braum. Like, it doesn't seem like it on paper that they're low damage, and some of you might disagree with me, but I think in reality, this Braum should block one or two ultis. So it's kind of like you are low damage in the sense that if your MF goes lethality this game, you are kind of feeding. You have to kind of go crit and play auto attack MF, which feels really bad into Caitlyn
I don't
specifically.
know. I think here's the thing, right? Xin Zhao's not going to be your front line this comp. Is
No.
the Mundo. Xin Zhao is not even your isn't he's not going to be able to engage. Period. You have to let the Mundo just run at them, hit a Q, and just run, and that's your engage. Um, and I think they have the damage to just one shot the Braum even through whatever it is, celestial opposition. I disagree. I mean, unless Braum gets very, very, very strong very quickly, I think in mid game he's just gonna pop. Mundo,
Yeah,
especially if Mundo builds damage, Mundo can do about a third of his HP with an auto E Titanic Hydra combo. So that 3-item Mundo is just going to be melting the Braum, and I'm worried for where this Syndicate comp goes. I think they just got outdrafted here. Granted, given last game, we'll see. But
I think that there is a pretty good chance that this window can go nuclear this game. I think it truthfully really depends on how far ahead Caitlyn gets, because if Caitlyn gets to the point where she can eventually, hit her 3-item spike with the LDR, i.e., and I don't know if she's actually gonna be a Yuntal champ now after the buffs to it, but the Hex Optics or whatever. And then hopefully if she, gets to the point where she needs it, the Blade of the Ruined King to shred the Mundo. I think they do have ways to kill the Mundo, but there's definitely a world where the Mundo goes nuclear and can just sit in side lane, fight, beat up the crocodile, turn him into
yeah,
some boots and
absolutely.
take the enemy team's base.
Yeah,
This is kind of like the reverse scenario of game one, where Sin had the really weird, like, random side laner that can kind of sort of team fight. Uh,
mhm.
and Sin now has the full like team fight comp. So it'll be interesting to see how they really play it out, because I think Lotus is particularly strong at the style of play. This is like kind of what Guar excels in the best
Yeah,
outside of
yeah,
playing
for
the
sure.
tanks.
And
This
Gor's
is kind
Mundo
of
is
his play style.
phenomenal, by the way.
Yeah.
I've played against his Mundo. It's very, very good. Uh, I would hope it's not as good as mine, but it is phenomenal. So I'm looking to see Guar really pop off this game. Guar is going to be the linchpin of this comp, I think. He's going to be their anchor in the side lane. If he can create pressure without inting in the mid and late game, it will win the game. Uh, they don't really have an answer for it on Syndicate side. Um, Contrarily, if Guar falls behind, uh, maybe gets ganked a lot early, gives up some gold to this Renekton, they're not going to have as fun of a time in a straight up team fight with a Mundo who's behind. Um, so I'm really going to be looking at top lane this game to see Guar perform.
Yeah, I think a lot of this game is going to turn out to be a top lane fiesta. I think bot lane is going to matter a lot less outside of the Braum blocking things. I do think that there's a world where the Silas can take over the game with some of these ultis, but it really depends on how both junglers kind of early path into this
Yeah,
game.
absolutely.
So
And I think this level sixes will be really important, especially for the junglers. Will be really important to where this game begins to snowball.
yeah, and I mean with that, unfortunately this is League of Legends and we do have a spectator delay. So we are going to head over to a break very quickly, but I do have one final question for you here, JP. Who do you have for this game two? What comp do you like more? Who are you feeling? Who do you got?
As a Mundo enjoyer myself, I love that Lotus picked it up. I think on Syndicate's side, the key to winning is going to be Silas. Silas needs to perform. Silas needs to gank Mundo. Silas needs to punish the Mundo. If Mundo doesn't get punished, I expect Lotus to run away with this game, um, both in a 5v5 and in individual lanes. However, if Mundo goes even or is behind, I expect the Braum, the Caitlyn to really, really, really be putting out damage. I'm hoping for a Lotus victory simply because Mundo Enjoyer, but I want this thing to go to 5. So I'm gonna throw my weight behind Lotus here, but I would not be surprised to see Syndicate pull out a victory here.
And with that, I'm gonna go for the side of Syndicate, just to be the opposite one of you here. I do actually really like the Syndicate comp. I think it came together well. I think if Silas builds Bruiser, it's even better. Um, but beyond that, we are gonna head over to a break here. We do have a 3 minute delay coming through. And we will catch you guys on the flip side. So see you then.
Welcome,
Oh, we're not
We're
casters,
going
going
to
to the
break.
straight in.
special event. We are doing
Oh,
a
we're doing a
Kiss
special
Mary
event.
Kill. Pop Tart, you want to come say hi?
Oh, jeez.
I suppose I should. Hi.
This.
So, unfortunately, Golden isn't here, so she didn't get to pick the skins this time. So I did, and I just went to the ultimate skins and found some ultimate skins. So your options. I don't remember the script that she says, but we apparently are allowed to say fuck, marry, kill. So you can do kiss or fuck, whichever one you want to do. And then marry and kill. And since I'm speaking, I'll do mine first. I wouldn't say necessarily a Lux one trick anymore, but I do have almost a million mastery in her. However, I think I'm gonna have to kill her because she's really fucking annoying in that skin and most of her skins. Um, love to play her, hate her laugh. Anyway, I would have to say marry MF, and then I'm choosing the fuck option for Samira because it's Samira.
Mhm.
I guess I will go next. I am going to piggyback off of Pop Tart here and say the exact same thing because I cannot stand Lux's voice, and I think Samira is a significantly worse wife than MF, even though these both of these options are horrible as wives.
All three of these are
But
awful.
Yeah.
I actually don't think that Lux would make a terrible wife, but I can't stand her voice, so I'm just gonna take the L on that one. And the only reason why I would marry MF over Samira, even though they're both kind of terrible people, is because I would rather hang out with MF than Samira, and I think Samira has a nicer looking body, I guess.
Fair.
So I'm gonna go a different direction with this. I think Lux is the only one that has an actual moral compass of the three. So
Yeah.
I'm gonna go marry Lux, even though Lux might be incredibly annoying. Um, the issue with MF is I think if I fuck or marry her, I'm gonna end up dead. Um, and we have a similar problem with Samira, except not quite as intense. So I'm gonna go fuck Samira, kill MF. And I don't think I'll be successful killing MF is the issue.
Ooh.
But that being said,
Fair.
no, you got it wrong. Fuck Samira, kill MF. Yeah.
There we go.
Also, all of these skins, I hate them because why does it? I don't know. Maybe not for stream. Continue.
They all look the same. Don't worry, I understand.
It's just the fake tits get me. I don't know, man.
Yeah.
Some
I
bad
think
plastic
the
surgeons.
only character I know how to play of this lineup is maybe Lux, because that's like one of the first ones new people play. So I think I'm gonna I'm gonna fuck Lux.
I'm so sorry, buddy.
Good luck.
It's not
I
gonna be an enjoyable experience for you, brother.
No.
it's gonna be vanilla.
Maybe he'll see the light, you know?
It's gonna be very boring. Yeah.
Very
I-
vanilla.
But
I
you can.
my only experience with these other two characters is I die to them a lot. Hmm.
So which one do you want to kill the most for having killed you the most?
Samira, because I don't know how it works. I just
Fair.
no brain cells to figure that out. And I have played Misfortune and ARAM. I'm going with her. With
All
that,
right.
Interesting.
we're gonna go into a quick break before we jump into this game. See everyone in a minute.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Game 2 of our Round 3 lower bracket playoffs between Syndicate and Lotus. If you're just joining us, I'm JP. I'm joined here with my co-host, Sutek. And we are looking at some level 1 shenanigans. It looks like Syndicate is going for that Chicken's Ward that everybody gets. They're spotted on vision. Shouldn't be much happening, though. Lotus is going to respond with a Chicken Ward of their own. And this seems like a pretty standard level 1 setup. Looks like Silas is going to be starting bot. I wonder if he'll be looking for a level 3 gank, but I'm assuming he'll just be clearing normally. I don't know if Silas's clear is all that. But we do. I really want to watch top lane here because I'm frozen on my screen, so I'm gonna go swap over to the stream. Fantastic, your stream is frozen. Oh, the entire stream is frozen. I don't know what's going on. All right, we're back. Sorry about that, guys. Yeah, we're just getting some early trades going on bot lane. That's a chunk onto the.
That is a huge chunk on the prom, yeah.
Holy cow. Yeah, and we're just getting. Yeah, it looks like they're gonna have to pop all their potions level 1. That is rough start for them. But it looks like they're gonna be able to push out the MF Seraphine anyways and get wave prio just a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, this is just the Caitlyn experience, right? She gets prio into pretty much every normal AD in the game that is named Sivir. So she's just going to shove it on in. Renekton is going to beat the ever-living snot out of Mundo early, and
No,
that's just how
Guar
that goes.
has a HP advantage somehow. I don't know what's going on. I didn't see.
Yeah,
any
but
early
he's down like 10 farm, though. That's the problem. He's conceding waves to keep his HP high. To poke with Q.
No, it's just a stacked wave, I believe. And that's a rough flash for the
It's a
Caitlyn.
really weird flash from Caitlyn, but
What
he
is
does get
going
away from the
on in
gank.
jungle right now? I wasn't watching jungle pathing. I don't know if anybody can tell me in chat what the hell happened with jungle. But question mark pings on that. And no, Mundo is even CS, is down 3, but that's kind of what's going to happen in early lane. If you're Mundo, you have to farm even. Wait for your jungle. Your jungle's probably going to have to help you crash this wave on the bounce. And if I'm Silas, I'm clearing my camps, going straight top, and looking for a dive. As soon as possible.
Basically what happened in jungle here is it looks like the Silas did his 3 bot camps and looked for an invade into the Xin Zhao spot side, assuming that he started top side despite having the Raptor ward early on. The Xin Zhao did red Wolves Gromp into a bot gank to force that bot flash.
Okay,
and
that makes sense.
It looks
Yeah,
like
War's going to get dove here for sure by the Silas. He needs to back immediately and use his TP.
Yeah, he is. It looks like he's going to do that because the Silas is just hitting the
And I'm
Grubs.
getting a report from Flay in chat that Sean and Tiny Tibbs went ahead and lane swapped. If I was Sean there, I probably would have greeted for the plate, to be honest, because Mundo doesn't really have the ability to punish, especially with your jungler already there. But Sean is not a top laner, so.
Yeah, I mean, this is fine. I also weird things are happening in this game. So the Xin Zhao did this it's kind of weird for now, but the El Olden Xin Zhao clear was this 3 camp into bot gank like years ago.
Yeah.
It's not as common now for them to do, but he is going to be down like 2 or 3 camps because of this, because Lost didn't get the blue on the bot side invade, but he did get the Krugs. However, Lost also is going to be able to sequence his camps in a straight line now, and Jake isn't. So over time, like right now, it looks like it's going to be like a 2 camp deficit, but over time, it'll end up being like a 4 camp deficit because of the way that the camps are going to respawn. They're going to respawn inverted. So Lost randomly like figured out a way to put himself up like 4 camps ish of XP on a very weird timer on his camp respawns. But we do see a very, it's not exactly a bot freeze, but they're gonna start setting up a slow push here for the dragon because Jake is back here, but they do have a tri-bush ward to cover the gank, so they should be fine. Lost is gonna look to recall after his full clear here, and he should have at least a blasting one. Probably has the alternator, if I'm being honest. He might even cancel his base here, seeing the Xin Zhao, but I doubt it. Yeah, they're just
I really
all gonna walk away.
Love the way that Guar is playing right now. He's just trading a little bit too aggressively. You really can only trade period as Mundo pre-6 if your jungler is in the area already. Because especially with Sean having Ignite, he unironically has, if he gets one more good trade on him, he has all-in potential. And he just got that trade.
Yeah, and it looks like Xin Zhao is probably going to finally find something down here, as he does get Colin's flash, and Cub is completely chunked out here. The side of Lotus should just instantly shove this wave in and run to the dragon with Xin Zhao. We do know, we should know that Silas is here, because Xin Zhao traded the Raptors with him when he did the initial invade that he did. So Xin Zhao has this Raptor timer, but the bot side prio for the side of Lotus should be strong enough to just straight force this dragon, because there's no level leads anywhere really. So unless Lost like looks hard on mid here and gets this force, which it looks like he's at least gonna get a flash, then basically what this. Yeah, he does have the bed top here, but basically what Lost was trying to do here is he was trying to find this kill onto Hui, and if they found the kill on the Hui without burning the Cinder ulti, they could have rotated bot in and pinched on Drake, probably fast enough to make the play work. But unfortunately, the Hui just had flash and just gets flash out here. Silas, weirdly enough, goes and hits his red and is gonna hit his Krugs, and now he's kind of gonna invert his clear too. Which is interesting. He's not recalling right now. He's just standing still. Now he is recalling, so Lost just wasted like 10 seconds in that bush for no reason. But
And this is Mundo 101. Can't go low. You can't go this low HP, especially not this early in the game. He's trading a little too aggressively, and he is in all-in range. Yep, and he's gonna get all in. This is a good bait though.
yeah, as we see, Mundo's gonna turn around with his R proc. The Sinzao W is going to land on the Renekton. Renekton's just gonna press R, and everybody's gonna waddle on away. I do believe we are getting the Grubs in another minute, right? Is it 9 minutes or 10 minutes when Grubs spawns? Can't remember. Having a brain fart today. Been doing lots of
Believe
homework, but
mine. Don't.
Grubs are going to spawn. Yep, right now, which is pretty interesting because Seraphine is already on this side of the map. So as long as Sway doesn't get chunked out here, MF's gonna have to flash this. Yep. Big play from Crispy. He got the majority of the wave and gets away pretty much scot-free. Loses his flash for it, but that's chill.
It's a good shield from Colin as well.
I really don't agree with the play here from Lotus. So they brought Seraphine up to the top side here to make this top gank work, but then they don't keep the Seraphine around to get the Grubs, which is very confusing to me because the MF already had to burn everything to try and get the wave. So you've already forced him into the nightmare scenario where he has to like figure out how to get this wave here, but he figures it out and then we don't even like capitalize on it. So now we need to make sure that MF gets some amount of gold on some play that happens spot here because now she's no sums, no ulti for like the next 60 seconds.
I think the concern was that, and it was correct, was that Silas was padding top there. And so they wanted to have the extra member in case Silas went for a 2v2. And it was a good gank for sure to help Mundo get that wave in. And you can see now, Mundo's just straight up winning out trades. He's kind of been pushed over that edge into a position where now he's just straight up stronger despite being down on gold. He has enough HP now that he just gets to stat stick. And Sean, I think, just isn't confident enough in his Renekton to know that he can still walk up and trade and win those trades.
Yeah, and I think that's just a matter of him not being a top laner, right? Like, sure, he probably plays Renekton mid into Yasuo all the time, like most mid laners do. But the problem with Renekton is, despite him being a really good blind pick top laner, the unfortunate reality is you still need to know kill ranges, as we do see that the Braum does tag Crispy up with the passive, and we all know he doesn't have flash or cleanse up, so he is just cooked while Shibs goes for this roam for wards. And now Cub should be able to translate this into 2 plates here, and make Crispy also lose a wave. But yeah, we keep looking up to this top lane, and the window is starting to go nuclear here. Obviously, he's down 10 CS as Jake is going to get engaged on. He's going to pop his own ulti. He's going to flash out of the pit there. We didn't really get to see the rest of that fight, but he's just going to flash away after popping his ulti and live that excursion. And the Silas is going to use Hijack on the Hui ultimate and going to go back and contest the Grubs while Jake is low and cannot contest.
I think Jake, at this point, you need to just sack top lane. Top lane's fine on his own. So you either need to full sack top lane and just try and push bot lane shit in, and we're getting a replay. Yeah, this is just a good knowledge check. They knew where he was, and that's a good flash from Jake to get out, but it's rough that he has to flash and ult to get out of that play. He shouldn't have really been reading that without vision in the first place.
Yeah, I mean, the unfortunate reality is his bot lane is kind of getting forced into a position where they can't play the game for much longer because the Caitlyn is going to start spiking really soon. I believe it's the BF sword after this Hex Optics where the lane becomes significantly more unplayable for them. But he's trying to get those grubs there so that his Mundo can kind of force his advantage top lane a little harder. If they manage to get even one grub there, it's a way better position for Mundo, because now when he hits the tower, he like almost certainly guarantees a plate with Crystalline Overgrowth. But now we're kind of in a scenario where the Mundo might actually have to TP in at level 9 for this objective, because if they lose this dragon and go down a 5-minute timer that they already, you know, currently have, they're going to be in a really rough spot, because they do get outscaled in, like, multiple areas. I do believe jungle gets outscaled. Like, I'm pretty sure Sylas beats Xin Zhao in scaling. Mid, like, Syndra should beat Hui in scaling, if I'm not... Obviously, if I'm wrong, somebody can tell me I'm wrong. But I'm pretty sure Syndra, once she's at execute, just like straight wins the matchup regardless of what Hui does. And then on top of this, we're gonna see a really big fight come out where Braum blocks the first part of the Seraphine charm, and it looks like, yeah, it looks like everybody's just gonna walk away bot because of the camera panned. But I do believe Caitlyn also gets in a scaling advantage over the MF, especially with the range advantage as well. Yeah. So it's kind of a battle on multiple fronts here, where Sean Fan Club doesn't really have to like actually play the game to get an advantage later on, because their champions are much more well positioned in the late game than Lotus is. So yeah, unfortunately, with everything that happened mid and bot, they are going to lose this dragon here. And I think Jake will just look to invade the topside camps here, because he should have the timer on the Gromp right now. Unless he just cleared everything before doing his top side. Yeah, that is what happened.
If I'm Jake right now, I actually would have dove top here. Renekton is unironically in kill range. I think you might be able to pull off a dive. Yep, they're looking for it. See how this goes.
Unfortunately, Guar has to go in first, and I don't think he's confident enough in the kill threat, so...
that's still good for Mundo. He gets free plates. You get to clear this wave. He loses the full wave. I really don't like the Eclipse buy from Renekton. I think Bork is better, straight up. I think Black Cleaver is better, straight up. I think Swifty's Rush is better, straight up. I don't think Eclipse is good into both enemy comp and into Mundo specifically. And you're not going to be able to really play team fights anyways. You have to match the Mundo side, so...
Yeah, and that is really the rough thing here, is that the Renekton is not building any real items to, like, you know, be able to, you know, pressure this window as hard as he possibly can. Obviously, I agree with you. I think Bork is most likely the best choice here. It does a little bit more than the Eclipse does, especially since you don't want to dash into the window.
Yeah.
I will say, though, there is a bit of a fatal error coming out from Mundo here. I don't know how much you agree with this, but this is kind of the lowest method.
Yep, I see what you're talking about.
He has the Mogs before he has bought the third belt. I really hate when Mundo players do this. It's kind of like the least most efficient use of your gold ever, because you get, like, you spend 500 gold to get less than a ruby crystal's worth of HP, I'm pretty sure. So
the reason why he did that is because he made another fatal flaw, which is he bought refills. Refills, if you didn't know, are dog shit useless on Mundo, because they are essentially useless after you get your second giant spell. They don't really add any value because it's only, what, 150 HP? That is a fantastic Braum ult and a great kick up for Syndicate.
Yeah, it was an incredibly good Braum ulti into the pick there, which just caught Jake off of guard. Obviously, he walked over a ward there that I guess he didn't see when he was pathing in off the tri-bush, and off of that he ended up dying to the play, as we see an all-in coming out from Shauna in the top lane here against Goomba. They both blew ultis. The Renekton blew his Ignite as well, but it doesn't look like it's really going to amount to anything. They're both just going to pick up the waves and skedaddle on out of there. One important thing to note, we do see that the MF, I don't exactly know what rune he has because it doesn't show in Spectator, but he does have the BT, which in this matchup is extremely useful. Like, when you're playing against a character that's going to poke you out all lane phase, that is when this MF character is, like, legitimately strong, is when you can instantly buy GP, or BT, sorry, not GP, and just perma sustain the lane. So now the odds of the Caitlyn actually killing those MF, as Jake is going to aggressively walk into Silas's jungle again and int for whatever reason. He's pulling a Sutek right now. Regardless of what Jake is doing on the map, the MF is going to essentially be unkillable in this game. For the next, I would like to say 5-ish minutes until this third Drake team fight. Where you will notice that her power spike is actually a lot lower than the MF's at 2 items, which they both should be close to for that fight. One extra thing to note is, for whatever reason, by all whims of everybody saying it, he has a Caulfield's Warhammer and an extra Fairy Charm. If he does not build Essence Reaver here, and he builds Hubris instead, I'm going to flip my table, because you cannot go Lethality MF in this game. It is so bad. It is so overbearingly bad in this game, because all of your damage and lethality, MF is entirely in your R. Like, yes, you deal damage with autos, the first auto and the first Q, but your damage is front-loaded on your ulti, and you're playing into Braum, and you're also playing into Syndra, who can stun you, and you're also playing into a Sylas that can grab the Seraphine ult to charm you. So it is incredibly hard to channel your ulti in this game as the MF. I do not want the MF to, like, be playing for the lethality ulti damage. It feels so bad, as we're gonna see. Mindo is now at the point where he just kind of gets to trade his HP bar to bully these towers and doesn't care about the Renekton anymore.
If I'm Lotus right now, I'm perfectly happy giving up the trade, right? We have this Mundo super strong. Yeah, I would do the same thing. You go for the Rift Herald, you go for top tower, right? You can go for a tier 2 top, and then you turn that into you drop Herald and look for mid tower.
MF's gonna die here, or lose her flash, or she doesn't even have flash. Yeah, MF's just gonna straight die here.
She knows, yeah. They're giving up the tower. I think she's gonna wait for Seraphine here. But yeah, so I saw an Archeal say something about it actually wasn't matchup knowledge, right? So what happened is Renekton did a fine job of punishing. He froze, he did the whole deal, right? But because War got that jungle attention pre-6, right, to help him crash that first bounce is the most important part of any Mundo's game, right? If you can get first bounce in without dying, you just win the game, right? Barring some crazy shit happening where you get dove, where you get camped, whatever, you just get to win for the rest of laning phase.
Yeah, I mean, I really don't know if Window's going to be enough to, like, make up the difference in this game, though, right? Like, since I was really behind, the MF is going to be really behind, and the Caitlyn is, like, uber accelerated right now. Like, she just got an extra 2 plates off of the bot lane just recalling here. So even though Mundo is almost at 2nd item, Caitlyn is almost at 3rd item, right? And she's farming at more than 10 CS per minute. She's farming at, like, 10.2 or something, 10.3 CS per minute or whatever. Like, she's 213 out of 20, so...
Yeah, 10.5 CS per minute. And it's all fine and well. That's the problem with playing Mundo, right? You don't really get to interact with the map until level 11, right? So, it feels so bad when your bot lane just gets so behind like this, right? Caitlyn did a phenomenal job of getting a lead. As we see, Mundo might run down... No, okay. He's back.
He changed his mind.
Yeah, he realized that it was probably a really dumb play. It was probably the right decision. But yeah, it feels so bad when you're winning your lane and you actually got through the early game, but then you look bot and you see that because you got help, right? Because that Seraphine came top to help you get that wave crash, and then gets pushed out of lane, loses a plate, and then Seraphine comes back to lane, MF dies, and has to walk back a second time.
Yeah, I mean, I will say the one caveat, right? Caitlyn is really ahead, and Syndra is also really ahead, but the gold lead is only about 3k gold, right? So that is the one caveat, is we're not in, like, completely doomed territory yet for the side of Lotus. They did bring back a worse gold lead last game, the only unfortunate reality of this game is that in this game we are outskilled. Last game we were not. This game we absolutely are. So, as we see, the MF did build the Essence Reaver, so I will not be flipping a table today. That is good. I'm glad it wasn't Eucharist. Now, the next thing that needs to happen is the Crocodile needs to build the Blade of the Ruined King for the side of Sean, so that he can at least contest the Mundo in side lane. Because if he don't got that sword, he ain't gonna contest him. But I will say, despite all of the leads that are happening on the map here between the Sylas, the Syndra, and the Caitlyn, the MFs, it looks like there's gonna be a fight here, but the MF is still even in farm with the Caitlyn, despite everything. So that is good. MF is not so far behind that she can't fight, and that is important.
I don't love this from Guar. I think you just stay in your side lane, you go walk up, hit the tower, and then you make your rotation. And he did not touch the tower, right? So the good news for Lotus also is that even if they get outscaled...
Oh, big ulti, big ulti, big ulti. Okay, Surfing R comes down, MF ult comes down, the Braum is going to block everything, the Syndra is going to get a massive stun, and Loss is going to also hit a Seraphine ult. The Mundo is going to get blown up immediately through his ulti. The Syndra is going to find another giant stun after Jake pushes his ulti as well. The Sylas is going to keep mowing them down with the Kingslayer and the additional E-procs. And, I mean, that was probably the best possible look that Lotus could have gotten. And it was really not close. Like, absurdly not close.
This is just down to a macro mistake by Guar. Guar doesn't realize that he is the strongest one on the team, and he is the only person that's strongest, right? Y'all don't win the team fights, right? You're playing MF, Seraphine, and DeBron. You're not going to be able to get your ult combo off, no matter how hard you try, right? So you need to keep that Mundo in side lane. I don't know why Guar is insisting on sitting mid lane here.
Yeah, I don't know. It's very, very, very weird that the Mundo's not just playing side and playing for towers. He obviously his team is like, yo, bro, we need you here. We need your body to just stand in front of us and be a meat shield. But in reality, like I said, the MF ulti never actually matters in these fights because the Braum can just let the Seraphine ult come through. And then jump in front of everybody after and just block the MF ulti because the Seraphine ult ain't gonna be the thing that kills you.
And Lost got an insane Seraphine ulti onto, I believe, 3 as well, which just instantly won the fight for them. So, yeah, and this is the difference between a good team and a great team. A good team can team fight. A good team can go even and win a game. A good team can go up and win a game, right? A great team knows how to win a losing game, right? Right now, Lotus is in a losing position, right? And the question will be whether or not they can turn that into a winning position despite really not having anything going for them other than another good ult. But, I mean, you just... with Braum in the wings, you can't really kill.
Yeah, and I mean, the problem with the Lotus comp is everything is kind of front-loaded at the beginning of the fight, right?
Yeah.
Like, we have to pop Hui ulti, MF ulti, Seraphine ulti, all pretty much immediately at the beginning of fights in order to try and get a pick. And if they don't find 2 to 3 people, their follow-up is extremely bad. Whereas on the opposite, whereas on the opposite side for Syndicate, it's the exact opposite, right? They have a pretty good team fight that they can start with Bramar and Sylas stealing like Seraphine ult or Hui ult to slow somebody to like begin a fight. The problem is once the fight goes along, the Syndra stun to get back into the fight, the Braum passive to get back into the fight, or the Renekton like looking deep with double EW is everything that you want when
even
chasing down champions, right?
Yeah, and Sylas has so many extra tools from enemy comp. That Seraphine ult, that MF ult, that Hui ult, even the Xin ult if he gets engaged onto, right? That's the reason why I was concerned going into this game about the Xin Zhao being picked, because the Xin Zhao ult counters that Seraphine ult, counters that MF ult, counters all that burst, that front-loaded burst that Lotus drafted, right? And at this point, you're just seeing Lotus crumble, you know?
Yeah, I mean, from like this point forward, since the gold lead is kind of out of their hands at this point, it's about a 7k gold lead plus, the two dragons, which is another additional about 1,000 gold. So it's about an 8k gold lead in total. It's just gonna keep like barreling out of their control, right? Because I mean, they kind of can't really play their comp, and their comp gets outscaled. So that's kind of the difficult thing, is the way that you drafted kind of pigeonholed you into playing like one specific style. And since your MF is not able to auto attack, even without going lethality, the game is very hard because one, MF is very behind. Two, she can't auto attack in these fights, and three, her ulti is useless. So your main carry, who is this MF, is essentially useless. So at some point, you kind of have to Hail Mary a side lane play, and it's going to have to be on like a Mundo playing extremely deep, and not really respecting what enemy team can do. And hopefully that will be on this next Dragon Blade. Like, I'm really praying that this Mundo just plays hard side lane here and forces the Renekton to be here, because even if he shows up to this fight, the Renekton just matches his TP, because the Renekton has the 7-minute TP timer right now, and Mundo gets nothing, and his team most likely loses the fight. So, while they do have to play for the soul, I don't think that it is extremely imperative that Mundo shows up, because look, he can just do this on repeat to Renekton over and over and over again until somebody
And that's
else
what
comes
they
and
should have
matches
been
him.
doing at that
The whole
level.
game, yeah, the whole game.
The whole game, and they're only now just doing it, and it honestly makes me angry as a Mundo connoisseur myself. The other thing I'll comment on, I would not be going. I'd be 100% going Titanic Hydra on Mundo right now. Your team doesn't have damage right now, and it won't ever have damage. Secondarily, you don't win side lane into the Renekton without it. So you need the extra damage for team fights, and I don't know why we're flipping a team fight here again.
Yeah, I mean, we're looking for it, so the Seraphine ulti is going to come down. She's going to get rooted up. Sean is going to go full backline and try and pick him up, and he does. The MF ulti is going to come down. It's just barely not going to kill Sean. Syndra is going to use her stun to get two people stunned up. The Renekton is going to fall. The Mundo is going to fall. The backline from the side of Lotus is going to fall, and that is going to be a 1-for-5 ace. For the side of Sean Fan Club, they are going to pick up both available objectives on the map. And for, what seemed like the beginning of a sloppy fight from, honestly, Syndicate, because it was looking not bad for Lotus at the beginning there. The MF held their ulti. They do just 1-for-5 and completely dominate the fight. So, I mean, from here on out, it's going to be a really, really rough slope, as we're going to get a replay here. This whole fight kind of starts because Guar and Shivs are aggressing very hard with their ultis and their ghosts here, and then the whole play essentially gets turned around on top of them. Luckily, the MF ulti actually is not bad here. Like, obviously, they all walk out of it, but at least she was able to get some initial damage out with it, which she normally would not have gotten.
Because I would have loved to see Guar throw his Q back at the Syndra there to try and salvage an extra kill out of that fight. But yeah, now you're staring down the barrel of you were already struggling to get damage down, and they got Earth Soul, and how are you supposed to win from this position? Right? And it's the same answer that I've been saying. You have to get Guar into a side lane. The problem is now they have the tools to kill him, and look, he's gonna die. I don't think he gets out of this.
Yeah, there's a 0% chance the Mundo gets out of this. I mean, his ulti did just come up, but there are 4 people here. So, he should just get stunned up. He's not even going to be able to press the maximum dosage. And he is going to get just straight picked inside lane. And that's going to be the bot tier 2 going down at the very least. I mean, we are going to be trading the mid tier 2, but I don't know that trading like this is good into Barret, because you lose the bot tier 3 and the inhib now too.
Yeah, and
I think you lose it regardless because there's 5 people here and there's going to be 3 of you defending it. But now there's a chance that the game just ends here if the Silas finds a good enough Seraphine ult. So the first tower is going to go down. The MF ult is going to come down. The Silas is going to
Great
interrupt the
Seraphine
Seraphine ult. The second Seraphine ult is going to go down. Zinzar is going to kill the Syndra, pick up a shutdown, and it's
No
looking
way.
like a really good fight for Lotus, but the Caitlyn is completely untouched in this fight, and it's just going to flash forward and instantly kill 2 people, and that is likely going to be the end of the game, because
Wow.
the Caitlyn is just nuclear this game. She is up an insane amount of gold, and that is going to be game 2 going over to Syndicate Sean fan club. And honestly, a really, really dominant fashion as well. It was front to back, not close at any point in this game. They basically got the first kill of the game within 3 minutes and just ran away with it.
Yeah, and this is really disappointing because, you know, I think that unironically, Lotus had the tools to turn it around, right? All they have to do is just send the Mundo to the side lane and just sit him there for the whole game, right? And just sack the rest of the map, right? You have to give up resources to get resources in this situation, and Lotus just wasn't willing to do it. Whether that was just down to Guar's team calling for him to come mid, or Guar not knowing that he needed to be in side lane and just knowledge gap. But that's a game where you're separating yourself from the good teams, right? The good teams know the macro, and the teams that are okay don't send the Mundo side lane there, you know? So on that note, I think we'll see you guys in the next one after this quick break.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Game 3 of The Clown Show, aka Sin versus Lotus. As we are already halfway through the draft, sides have not changed yet again, and we do see a lot more aggressive aggro picks coming out here. On the side of Sin, we have the same bands. On the side of Lotus, we got the same bands. Nothing changed there. No problems here. But we do see Varys, Tom, and Lilia all picked up really early. And on the side of Lotus, we do see Shiv, who traditionally cannot really be picked this early because of Silas, but that's gone! So now we can just slam this champion, and this champ is super broken. Same way that Nocturne should have been completely touched on this patch, this Shyvana character should have too. But somehow dodged them all. So that's
And
cool.
I'm looking at Lotus's draft, and I'm thinking about the last 2 games, right? The last 2 games, whoever had the stronger team fighting draft just won. And I'm looking at Lotus's draft, where they have a structured front line, they have engaged, they have a strong back line, and I'm thinking, if we're gonna get another Clown Fiesta, I'm liking Lotus's options right now.
Yeah, and I mean, I would say the only bad thing so far about the draft, we don't have a great way of killing Lilia outside of Nautilus ulting her. And I think that's okay, because that at least forces her to build Zonias, which means she's going to be stationary. Unhittable, mind you, but stationary. For at least the second after the Zonias comes up. So at that point, your Shyvana can kind of look to just zoning ult the Lilia and hold it for most of the fight until we've burned that cooldown. But from there, I think the team fight for the side of Syndicate's actually super easy. If this Lilia is able to, if Lotus picks an extra melee here, which hopefully they don't, like they should just go Gnar top lane this game, most likely. Perfect champion to do it into.
This is great.
The thing is like if we go an additional melee character, this Lilia kind of gets to free play the entire game.
Yeah, really a pocket pick coming out.
Yeah, the Irelia pocket pick coming down into the Victor
actually
is interesting,
Really
and
do like the Zaheen here.
Zahen is
It
not
gives them a lot of
bad.
stall.
I agree. I think Zahen's okay here. I don't think it's like incredible here. I think it's fine here. It's a good matchup into Scion. He dog walks Scion like all lane phase. In the event that you don't do that, this is a significantly worse pick. I hate this pick so much more than I hate the Zahen. But Zahen is not bad here for the simple fact that if Zahen finds a lead, he will just one-shot Lilia, regardless of what she does.
Sure.
And if she comes to the Zunias, she's getting hooked. So, whatever, right?
The good news for Lily is that she does have a Tom Kench to give her that a little bit of extra survivability.
But then you lose it on Varys, right? Because he's not gonna go poke this game.
Exactly.
He's gonna go
Then
on hit
you
because it's triple
lose
melee.
all that safety on your back line, and Zaheen just fucking runs at your Varys. So
Yeah.
it's a bit rough, either way. I'm really liking the Lotus draft just from, the eye test. But we'll see how it looks once we really get in the game. I think it'll be an interesting game, certainly.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm gonna agree with you here. I do really like the Lotus draft. I think that the Syndicate draft is a lot of like, what do we pick here to answer their characters as opposed to how do we build a composition that makes sense? And I definitely think that Lotus ticks that checkbox a little bit more. But I will say that Syndicate side has a lot of comfort picks for them. They have Lost on Lilia, notably one of his like best carry junglers available right now, like hyper carry junglers available right now. So I think it's important to get Lost on something that he's comfortable on. And as long as he's comfortable, they should be fine. He seems to be the main shot caller for this team. But we all have the other thing that comfort wise that we've seen is Cub is on his Varus. This is the champion that this guy is like pretty much known for outside of Ashe.
He's a monster on the Varus.
He is a monster on Varus and Ashe specifically. So the fact that they let the Varus through this draft is pretty interesting to me. With not like an amazing answer into it, I don't think Jhin is like that crazy into Varus. So hopefully Cub and Lost kind of just take over this game. But in the event that they don't, they do have an Irelia that's going to be flipping the game. And this is definitely not Sean's Irelia, despite what the graphic says. This is Tibbs' Irelia, and they have probably role swapped again, most likely. It'll be Sean on Scion and Tibbs on Irelia mid. And yeah, I mean, I like both comps, but I will give the team fighting edge over to the side of Lotus. But I think comfort-wise, this is looking like an amazing draft for Syndicate.
Yeah, for sure. And on that note, I think we're gonna throw it over to a pause, or rather a break, while we wait for our next game to start. Don't go anywhere.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to your third game of the Fiesta Championship Series. I'm your host, Sutek. I'm back with JP if this is the first time tuning in. Score is 1-1. Both teams look very, very strong composition-wise. I believe both of us had the side of Lotus. I believe both of us have Lotus winning this one, as we see a funny little trade coming out top lane. Both of them kind of chopping away at each other's HP bars, but looks like a whole bunch of nothing's going to happen in this level 1. And honestly, it doesn't look like a ton of crazy things are happening in this game. I think runes are pretty much standard across the board here, and the only interesting thing is that the Shyvana is opting for red smite instead of green here, which I don't know that I necessarily agree with. I think green is pretty good this game, but Sean is deep trading already on the Irelia, and looks like he's winning that. That's Zelt at level 1. That's the Irelia special right there.
And if this series has not been peak Clown Championship series, I don't know what is, honestly. This is as good as it gets, for real.
Yeah, I mean, the Circus Championship Series is my favorite league to play in for Circes. I'm not really too sure what I'm supposed to be expecting from this early game, because it looks like both teams kind of just opted into comps that want to chill and scale, and, you know, junglers that want to farm and hit objectives and only fight at objectives, and that's kind of the end of it. The only real, like, super aggro lanes should be both solo lanes, I feel like. Obviously, Zehen should be winning against the Scion at, like, all stages of the game. He's kind of having a rough time right now. He doesn't exactly, I guess, understand how Zehen E is supposed to work into Scion Q. But yeah, I mean, Irelia is supposed to kind of dog walk this Victor, as we see the Victor's gravity ball is going to come down. He's going to dash away, and then Victor's going to get a small trade here. But yeah, that's pretty much how these lanes are supposed to go. Irelia is supposed to dog walk the Victor, and the Scion is not supposed to dog walk the Zehen. But it looks like that Sin are kind of just laning better at the moment, except for in the bot lane here, where Jin's finding kind of the better of these trades with the grenade.
Yeah, and as the Scion, you are allowed to play pretty aggressive level 1, especially if you take Shield Bash, which honestly you should be, because you should never be hitting a tower in this matchup, right? Yeah, if Zaheen is letting you hit a tower, something has gone horribly wrong on Zaheen's part, right? So what you can do is you can take aggressive trades level 1 and 2, take Shield Bash, right? And try and make that lane volatile early while you still can actually play the lane. Zaheen's not that strong early, right? He gets beat by basically every champ of the game, early game, and because this is supposed to be a scaling matchup for the Zaheen, right, he's going to want to take scaling runes, right? So, as the Scion, right, you want to get an early advantage, turn that into a Bramble Vest, and cross your fingers that the Zaheen shits the bed, right? In mid lane, as the Victor, you want to cross your fingers that the Irelia has horrible ADHD and decides to run into your tower, right? So, kind of the same strategy both for Scion and Victor. Yeah, as you can see, this is just miserable for Scion. If I'm Scion here, I probably take a good death, clear the wave, push it in deep, and we have a little bit of a lag on the stream. Hopefully, Mr. Fantastic is not dying. What's the word? Or is it me?
Computer exploding. And
It's
we're
not me.
back.
Yeah, but as you can see, this matchup's terrible for Scion, unless you get jungle help.
Yeah, and
case,
looks like
this
Jungle is going to attempt to bail him out, but we're going to see the flash forward from Guard
Yeah,
Goomba,
this should be a
and
trade
he's
back,
going to
yeah.
get the kill. But, I mean, in reality, right, this is actually really good for Sehen. We kind of just wasted Lilia's time here, too. And despite it being a trade back, the Sehen is going to have the wave pushing back to him. As we do see a funny thing happening, the Tom Kent is contesting the camp, and so is the Varus. And Jake
You
is going to
gotta
have to
level
flash away, but Irelia's flashing forward to get the stun here. She's going to get hit by the Q. The Lily has entered the fight. Cub is going to pick up the kill onto Shivs, and Jake has effectively gotten Shivlet murdered, and is going to lose this drink most likely as well.
Yeah, this was just
Not the best play
random
ever.
clown fiesta. So I
Oh, we're seeing
it's
it all in mid. The Victor's dead now too because he had to blow his flash earlier as well. So
yeah.
that is not good. So Lotus is kind of crumbling across the whole map here, except for in top lane. Top lane is the only person that's like, you know what, guys? I'm just gonna, try and do the correct play here and go 1-for-1 at the very least. Everybody else is just getting completely astro stomped in lane phase. Like these are not great deaths, as one famous streamer would say. These are not good deaths.
Yeah, and I made a comment in the podcast. I don't love this build from Scion. I don't know why you're not just rushing in the anti-heal, because it adds pressure to the lane in just the 1v1, right? It means that he doesn't get quite as much sustain, quite as much kill pressure on you, especially if he's going for a dive, right? Secondly, it means that your jungler's actually allowed to gank you, right? If Zaheen isn't allowed to hit you, then jungler's allowed to gank you because Zaheen isn't just gonna heal to full, right? So I don't love this build.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the Chain Vest Rush either. I do also think that Bramble is the stronger rush item of the two, specifically into Sehen because of that passive on the Q.
Yeah, or if you're gonna
But-
go this, you might as well go full boots, and we're getting another all-in mid.
Nah, he's
Oh,
not
it's
gonna
just-
all in until the gravity wall is on cooldown. Like right now, this
Oh
is
my
where he can
lord.
like deep trade for HP. Yeah, unfortunately, Kritzy doesn't seem to seem to know the matchup really, and doesn't understand that he needs to like full walk away after he E's, and Goomba's going to also get a huge trade here too, and increases AD while Lily is on the top side of the map. But one thing I will note is that since Oh, we're gonna get an all-in mid here,
No,
where
that's
Sean
a
is just
kill.
going to Q
Yeah.
onto him. Yeah, unfortunately, the Victor is putting the gravity well down, but then walking out of the gravity well, so the Aurelia gets to not get stunned by the gravity well on her second Q dash. So I'm not really too sure what he's doing really, but what I was gonna
Victor is
say
the victim.
yeah, Victor's the victim here. But what I was going to say is, since botlane has no flash right now, specifically Crispy has no flash right now, the Tahm Kench kind of gets free reign of whatever he wants to do in this lane. He can just sit in that first bush, W out of the bush on repeat from Fop, and kind of just free knock up the Jhin every however many seconds it is, as long as Cup is able to follow up on it. So
Yeah, if you miss it, 18 seconds level 1 if you miss it. And if you hit it, I believe it's 12. Somebody's welcome to correct me. I am a bit of a Tahm Kench merchant in the top lane. So I know it's 18 seconds on level 1.
yeah, and
Sure.
I also just realized that on top of the two comfort picks that we got for Cub and for Lost, we also got Collins one check. This is like the support champ that this guy plays too. So it's actually like comfort in three different roles for the side of Sean, and it's really showing so far. Like 5-1
Yeah.
you know, kills.
And
is
anybody
pretty
can
good,
pull off a
plus
Psy
Jhin.
on top as well. So
Yeah.
it's really 4 roles. You have very comfortable champions. Sean, I imagine he's pretty solid on the Aurelia. I remember seeing it as one of his most played in his ranked profile when I scouted him when we played against him. Yeah, I mean, this is just a rough go. You're already down 2k gold at 8 minutes. Like, you're pretty much guaranteed to lose the first 2 objectives, right? Because you're down so much. Right now, if I'm Tahm Kench, right, I'm staying off vision permanently. No matter what, I'm staying off vision, right? Every time I come back, I'm putting down a control ward, right? In one of those bushes. That allows you to roam, right? That gives you a roam timer, mid, bot, doesn't matter, right? It gives you
We're gonna
it,
see
it
Aurelia
affords
1v2 them. Oh my
yeah,
god.
there's
That
like not even
is
anything to
so
commentate
bad,
on
man.
that.
Oh, jeez. Okay, so the problem with this all-in, I don't know if we're gonna get a replay of it or not, but the problem with this all-in that they're doing here, this 2v1 mid, is even if Lilia doesn't show up, the Irelia has every button available except for the flash, I'm pretty sure, which doesn't matter. Lilia's going to get a
This
free
is
kill
another
here,
kill.
too, from Crispy, regardless of if he barriers or not, but the problem with the 1v2, as Sean just straight wins it, and we're gonna see another deep trade top into no kill, is that the Irelia, regardless of what sums she has, is just going to deal enough damage to the early game Shyvana that it literally doesn't matter, right? Like, he has already all 3 components and a Negatron Cloak, so your R isn't going to deal any damage to him. As we see, he procs PTA, it does not even an eighth of the guy's health. Then he presses Q and gets all of the, essentially all of the health back that he lost from the Shyvana ult and the PTA proc from the Shiv. So, I guess we just didn't press tab and see that Irelia has 3 components, but yeah, Irelia can never, ever die there. And
She's getting back
very
and by work
bad.
at 9.5 minutes now, or yeah, and it's just so quick. Now, my question for you, Sutek, do you think Syndicate can throw from this position? Because they proved they could do it. They could do it game 1.
I think it is very difficult to throw a 4K gold lead at 8 minutes, but I think if there is any team that could throw this kind of gold lead, it is Syndicate, because Jake does do random things like this,
And
where
we're
he's
watching
just
another death
chill
bot.
vibing in enemy jungle. And-
What is going on, dude?
Dude,
And that's a
Shiv's
kill for the top
just-
catch.
Shiv's just
A
got
solo
turbo
bolo.
baited. And, I mean, Jake's gonna get this kill, which is nice. It's a big shutdown for Shyvana, but that is crazy. Whenever I just watch there, bro. Man.
That is a solo bolo over the top catch, bro. And yeah, this is just so rough for Syndicate. It's a bit troll to give over that shutdown, and this is just gonna be a nothing burger here. There's no kill pressure here. It's a bit rough to give over that shutdown to the Shyvana, but I don't think it matters.
No,
Like,
it
at this
doesn't. It
point-
doesn't matter an absurd amount, right? Because the Lilia's farming even with the Shyvana and has more KP and more gold, and is also just getting every objective on the map, right? Like, Sean fan club has both Drakes, all 3 grubs. The Victor literally can't lane into the Irelia. Like, the Irelia just gets to hold this wave here for as long as she wants, because the Victor can never walk up to farm it. He has some max range E on cooldown to even collect minions. So, I mean, that's the really rough position in there. Tiny Tibbs is pretty much unkillable at this point. He now has enough armor that he doesn't care, as we're going to see another all-in from the Victor as he walks out of his gravity well and dies
Oh,
again.
Lord.
No flash Victor mid. Mr. Jungler, come here, come here, come here. I want tier 1. But yeah, the other very big issue as well is, I mean, even though Varus Tom is winning the lane, right? The problem is it's Varus Tom. So they don't ever actually have to push, and Leah can just keep pathing bot lane. So the infernal issue, right, is you're playing Jhin Nautilus into a Varus. So Varus is unkillable, and he gets to freeze on you, and if you engage on him, he either one gets 8 by Tahm Kench, spat back out, and you get Ard, and then Lilia shows up and you die, or he just never dies, flashes away, presses R on you, Lilia comes and you die, and Tahm Kench goes forward while he does all that. So it's kind of an unwinnable front everywhere at this point for Lotus. It is very, very rough when you're
Yeah,
down
and
this much this early.
We take a look at the gold graph, right, or the gold leads right now. We have a 3K gold lead mid.
We do.
Yeah.
That is the thing that is happening right now. This Victor is on food stamps. He is homeless.
And we have a 1K gold in ADC role and a pretty significant 800 gold lead in support role, which on any other support, I wouldn't give a damn. But on Tahm Kench actually is...
It
a
actually
bruiser.
matters. Yeah, it
Tahm
actually
Kench is an
does
AP
matter on
bruiser,
PK.
one of 2 in the game. It's him and Mordekaiser. And this is...
We're gonna finally pick up the Irelia kill, though. That's good. And
That is
honestly, it going to Shyvana is probably the best character out of the 3 that we're hitting that it could go to. It's not bad on Jhin, but Shyvana is really going to be the main carry here, as he's going to spot out the Tahm Kench W at the very last second. Not
Yeah,
bad,
just-
not bad. And here we go. The Lilia Sleep's going to come through. The Nautilus is going to press R onto the Lilia. She's going to get knocked up. Shibs is rooted, is going to go down. TK is going to flash forwards for the tongue lash. Crispy is going to get hit by the Lilia Q into the knockup, and now he is also dead as well. And a kill going over to Lost in the Sauce right now, as he is going to miss his E over the wall. And for some reason, my Shyvana is going in here. And okay, now we'll show them all.
and
Is
that's a
also dead
yoink
now
into
too.
a death.
Yeah.
Yep. And if I'm Tahm Kench at this point, I'm just gonna go home and buy a Dark Seal.
We're
Like,
gonna go
why the hell
finish our
not?
seal. F it, bro.
Yeah, I honestly, I would already have a Dark Seal at this point. And honestly, I would have gone Heart Steel too. Instead of what I can only assume is a funny shield item. Or actually, this could basically build into any support item now that I'm looking at it. But yeah. I would be building Bruiser Tahm Kench right now, if I'm this far ahead.
Yeah, I mean, with Tom being this far ahead, Bandle Pipes is actually not like a horrendous buy. I actually really like the Bandle Pipe, so
Solid.
that your Varus gets to basically free hit. We do have armored advance now on the Victor. That is the first step here of maybe coming back into this game, but the overbearing issue is that we are down 6k gold and 2 Drakes, so we need to find plays somewhere that stabilize the game for us. If we don't do this in the next like 5-ish minutes, as we are going to see another kill come out of mid lane, then Nautilus is going to try and hook and stun up the Irelia, but Irelia is just gonna barrel on through all of the CC and not really care because she has a giant lead, and Tom's
Yeah,
gonna pick
and
up
in the
one,
meanwhile-
the Jin's gonna have to flash away from the Scion combo, and the Irelia is going to pick up the other.
Yeah, in the meanwhile, Varus is just taking 2 plates in the top lane for free. Nobody was up there. He was just sitting up there farming. I don't even know what to say beyond that. Like, this is just a rough situation. We're losing more plates to the Tahm Kench support mid, and this is a nice pickup. But how do you turn this into a play? You know, how do you turn this Rift Herald into a play? Is the question, right?
Do you break open top and try and really get your Zaheen playing, or like what's the angle here?
I think the only way that Lotus can start to claw their way back into this game is by finding the shutdown on the Lilia. It has to go over to either the Zehen or the Shyvana at this point.
There's
And
the Rift top.
yeah, Rift is going to go down top. It's going to get 2 additional plays. I don't think the Cyan Q kills it. Yeah.
Oh,
it
no
goes to
way.
50.
No
oh, but
way!
he gets the auto. He gets the auto. Okay, never mind. He's not going to get 2 more plates. Okay, so
Unironically, fantastic play from Tiny there. I don't think I hit those in 100 years.
yeah, no, that was pretty good. But yeah, I mean, Victor just has to like build his Zonias next and try his best to live at this point. Because he's not going to be doing anything in this game until the game gets to like 35 minutes, right?
Yeah.
And at this point, we are playing for Shyvana and Zehen to kind of coast us through this game so that our Jhin and our Victor can get the items. But as we see, we are going to see a big engage. Sean is going to go down here. The Victor did deal a ton of damage. The Lilia ult is going to come out as she is running away. She's going to get knocked up by the Nautilus ulti and hooked back in. Kritz is going to start walking away from the flanking Tom Kench. Tiny Tips is TP'd in, and Crispy is on the hunt. Zehen is on the hunt. Nautilus is going to land this Q. The Q is going to come down from the Scion. Jake is getting chased down by the Tom Kench and the Bears. There is a complete miscall from We'll Show Them All, and unfortunately the Maul will go down, but we will find 3 kills on the side of Lotus, and that is the beginning of trying to find a lead back into this game as we find a pick on Kakalin as well, and
4
that's
for 1.
another shutdown, but
Out of nowhere.
unfortunately the shutdown goes to Shivs, and I don't know how good that is, but we probably should have just gave it to our champ.
And
But-
I think that's a great play from Jake running away from his team there, actually. Because it allows the team enough time to burn through the Scion HP bar. Scion is not going down quickly at this point in the game, right? He's just too far ahead. His team is too far ahead. And Lotus just doesn't have any damage yet, right? So I think Jake running away there gives his team enough time to break the Scion, and then leads into the Tom Kenshin for some reason. I don't fucking know. But yeah, this is the throw that I was expecting when I was talking earlier. That went from a 6k gold lead. It is now a 3k gold lead.
Yeah, literally chopped in half because we killed the Irelia and the Lilia and got the Tom Kim shutdown. But importantly, for the side of Syndicate, the Nautilus actually picked up the shutdown on the Tom Kench, so that shutdown doesn't actually matter that much, but Shyvana finally finding a lead in this game is really important, because Shyvana is now even in gold with the Irelia and similar gold to the Bears. So as long as we're able to translate this lead, as it looks like we're looking for an additional fight right now before the dragon spawns in about 2 minutes, as long as we're able to let our Shyvana like actually play the game here when she goes dragon form, the game's actually playable. Like we're not at so much of a deficit anymore that we can't just throw hands. So if they need to, we can turn around and throw hands.
And this is good macro from Lotus, right? They have every single lane pushed out, and then they rotate all mid. They use the Nautilus Hex Flash, try and fish for something, right? While they have Scion and Irelia trying to clear out those side lanes, and then they don't get anything, they back off. Nothing lost, nothing gained, it's neutral play, but it puts pressure on the map, right? Because now Syndicate has to be wary of those plays, right? They can't play as aggro, and they have to worry about losing more of their gold lead. It's staying steady at about 3.3k, and, you know, I don't think it gets better for Syndicate from here, right? As we discussed earlier, I think Lotus has a decent edge in the team fight just from champ gap, right? And I don't know that Syndicate has the damage to cut through the Zaheen anymore.
No, I'm not sure that they do either. And the only other issue too, right? As we see the Zaheen randomly ease backwards to dodge the Scion Q, I'm pretty sure that's assumed that he's just chilling in there.
He's faker.
His top laner intuition goes off. His spider senses were tingling, bro. Anyways, yeah, he has pretty good intuition there. But yeah, Zahen's pretty unkillable right now because nobody really has anti-heal. Like, obviously Scion has it, but when is Zahen ever, like, free-hitting the Scion for fun, right?
Yeah.
Never. Almost never.
Yeah, and he should be targeting, you know, the Irelia pretty much every fight, right? Because he needs to peel his backline. He needs his backline to live long enough to put out damage, right? Because they don't put out damage quite as quickly as Syndicate does. However, their sustained damage is phenomenal, right? On Syndicate, oh, and we got a fight breaking out. That's a great ult from Tom Kench to save his Lilia.
Yeah, and actually really insane ulti from Jake too. He got the Varus stuck in it, and the Jhin does go down. But, I mean, everybody on the side of Syndicate is getting completely just mauled through by the Shyvana. I mean, Scion and the Tom Kench are going to live a very long time, but Zahen is just free playing this fight. Zahen found a 4-man ulti, unstoppable the Lilia ulti, and on top of that is able to shred through these tanks
And
for
why are we still
pretty much
fighting
free.
this?
And we're still fighting the Zahen character. He's gonna get his passive back, and there it is. He's gonna kill Tom
And
Kench
it's
for
a
free. He's gonna get stunned up, but he's going to eventually beat the Scion in this play. I'm almost certain of it. Unless the Bramble actually is that strong, but Conqueror's taking the Qs, are healing him up slowly. As long as he keeps dodging these Qs, he should be fine. As we see the TP coming through from the Victor, the refresh is gonna go down. Victor's gonna get his Q, he's gonna get the gravity well down. The Scion has to run the opposite direction of the way he wants to, but he is going to get around that gravity well and get out by some miracle. And now the entire team from Sean Fan Club is back alive, but I don't know if they're allowed to contest this. The Scion's TPing back in. Guar is going to get back to pretty much full HP after he's done hitting this dragon here. The Scion's flashing forwards for a Q, and I mean, Crit's gonna go down, but that's, I think, a worthwhile trade if we're just going to go 1-for-1. But it looks like Sin is actually just somehow finding a fight. Lotus does not know when to give kills over. Now Baron is gone. Jake has to, like, somehow miraculously steal this Baron when they start hitting it.
It's just throw after throw. It's who can throw harder, right? And the first original fight is fantastic because everybody is just in this tight little death ball. So Zahin gets the free hit, and Shyvana.
This
gets the
ulti
free
is
hit, right?
is very
It's
good.
a fantastic ult, and honestly a great play by Colin to just immediately save his jungler. But yeah, we are close range team fighting champs get to close range team fight in a death ball. That is the ideal scenario for Shyvana. That is the ideal scenario for Zahin, right? I don't love this chase from Guar. I think he over chases here, right? I think he gets this Tom Kench kill and then just chills out, right? As soon as the Scion starts running, I think you're just like, okay, I'm gonna leave, right? But it ends up working out, right? Because they get the Drake off this play, right?
They do get the Drake off this play. That was the most important part. Yeah, that was the most important part of the whole play. Like, dying there doesn't matter as long as they get the Drake.
Yeah.
But the unfortunate reality of it all is that gold lead that they had shrunken down to about 3k, and then they almost actually fully took it back, just got completely swung back the other way. They're back to a 7k gold deficit again. Just off of that one little simple fight that happened, because pretty much everybody, I think, had a shutdown or they just got a tower or two off the play. But yeah, I mean, we're gonna get a replay of the Drake fight here, but if you look, the gold is 3k at the start of this fight, right? So what ends up happening is this fight breaks out. We should just be sacking Crispy, but instead the Zahen goes back in, who was definitely already out of this fight here. The Nautilus goes back in and also kills himself. So if you look, right, they go from 3k to a 5k gold lead right there, and then they take the mid tower, the two mid towers here, plus the Baron. So now we're at, like, almost a 10k gold deficit, and the game is back to being extremely hard, when all we had to do is just sack an additional character there instead of 4.
This gold lead is just gonna keep expanding for the next couple of minutes while Baron buff is up. This is just a rough situation for Lotus to be in, and I think they're gonna lose an inhib, maybe 2.
Yeah, I think you just have to like pick a side and pull the trigger essentially for the side of Lotus. You can afford to lose one inhibitor with this comp because you have Victor. You cannot afford to lose two. So at some point we are just going to have to pick a side, and so far it's looking like we're half committing to the Scion side here. But I know Jake is just straight calling for ultis to come down in this bot side fight as we do
Yeah,
see
that's game right
Nautilus
there.
and Jake go in instantly. Tiny Tibbs and Sean are in the backline fighting Guaragumba. He's going to get his passive off. He's going to look to respawn here, but the other side of the fight is so doomed. The Lilia got a 4-man sleep, and that will be the end of the game for Lotus. A Hail Mary play, back-to-back plays, just do not turn up heads for them, and unfortunately, the flips were not good enough.
I just don't know what I watched. I mean, this is just throw after throw after throw after throw the series. I'm disappointed that Lotus didn't take that little bit of gold they got and transition that into a more stable game state, right? They can afford to sack 1, 2, even 3 members, right? Give up the Baron, and they still are going to be in a pretty good spot, a better spot than they were initially, right? They can afford to send Zaheen side lane and give up a little bit of gold and continue scaling. And I'm disappointed to see that they just didn't do that.
Yeah, it's super disappointing. I am gonna touch on one thing that's in the chat right now. Our beautiful owner Flay has asked if the end of game victory screen is new. No, Flay, it is not new. It has been there since the second week of the season. Please show up to your own league's streams, you absolute bozo. But yes, I agree that somehow all of these games are just a clown fiesta, really. Like these gold leads are getting bounced back and forth over and over and over again. No matter what either team is doing, really. Like both teams are looking at these weird like offset team fight compositions. But next draft, I really want to see Lotus pick a real AD carry because the last two AD carries that they've picked early on have been super useless. And if you remember back to, I don't know if you looked at the match history or if you watched the games before, but Crispy in last week's games was going in nuclear on real AD carries. This guy needs to be put on a real champ for these next two games if Lotus wants any chance of getting these last two games off of Syndicate or even this last one and putting us the Silver Scrapes. So with that, I think we're going to go over to a quick break and then straight into the next draft. So we'll catch you guys on the flip side.
We'll be right back to you guys with more Cirque de CCS. See you guys soon. Welcome back to round 3, game 4 of your Cirque de CCS playoffs. We are going straight into draft. These motherfuckers just want to play. We're still Syndicate blue side, Lotus red side. Nothing has changed. Same bands, I believe, anyways. Let me double check that. Yep, same exact bands. They changed the order of the Ashe and the Ezreal for some reason. The Pantheon Slam B1 into a Vi response. And I really like the Zaya. You were saying, Sutek, that you wanted to see more aggro ADCs, and I think that's what we've gotten here.
Yeah, I mean, Zaya's not the most like aggro AD carry in the game, but this combination of characters means that bot lane is allowed to be very volatile, which I do think is important for this game because, if you look at how Lotus's games go without Aftermoon, unfortunately, the slack has had to have been picked up somewhere else, and Super M100 player Crisp 10 is the guy that you're supposed to be looking at for all of the carry action, and so far in this series he has been dead silent. So hopefully this game he looks online and alive as we see Sin picks up Rel and Yunara. And
And this is
I
a very
don't
strong pair.
I don't love this pairing into
Really?
Xayah specifically. Yeah, I don't think it's like
That's fair,
amazing
yeah.
into Xayah. But I do think that it is comfort for Colin. This is Colin's second best character, I would say, and I think that that is also very important in, I mean, it's not going to be it's not exactly their deciding game of whether they're out of the tournament or not, but I think it's important that everybody, especially in these later games of the series, have these picks that they're allowed to fall back on as comfort
Yeah.
picks that they can just play into whatever, right? So
And I like the Leona as well. The Leona Vi combo is pretty strong. You know, you Vi ult, they have to stand still during the Vi ult. You place Leona ult directly on their foreheads, and it's a guaranteed like 3.5 second CC combo, if I'm not mistaken. And that's not even including any of Leona's just normal abilities. So I do like to see the Leona come in with the Vi.
yeah, and I agree. I think that combo is quite strong, especially when you're pairing it with Xayah, who's going to be able to free hit that champion, ideally, that you're ulting. It makes it so that the feather setup is really easy, and that Xayah doesn't have to blow her load immediately at the beginning of a fight. And, the nice thing is that Yunara is one of those characters that has a really, really hard time peeling the Vi off of herself. Obviously, she can flip a wall and stuff, but if Vi's got that R locked and loaded, you're getting punched in the brain, buddy. Nothing you can do about it.
Yeah.
So
And I'm expecting an Ornn ban here just so they don't give over 4 CC to this disgusting CC comp. More team fight ability. I want to see more CC from top lane. I want to see Gnar, Ornn, even a Shen I'd be happy with.
yeah, I actually do really like Shen for the side of Lotus. I think it is a strong pick. I think it makes some like kind of low damage, but that can be made up in mid lane, as we do see blind pick Ahri is going to come through. Silas is down, so I don't know what you answer with this other than like maybe Cassio if Sean can play that. If Sean can't, I know Tiny Tibbs can. So
I think you might swap here. Swap here.
there's a good chance they just slam the Casio into the Ahri and swap, but other than that, I'm trying to rack my brain for the available mid laners. Orianna is banned currently, so you can't play. Veigar's not a
Veigar's
bad
a
one.
great pick here.
Yeah,
Especially
Veigar is
the
very
Vi,
good into
Ahri,
this
Leona.
team. Yeah, I agree. I think Veigar is a second, like probably second best pickup outside of the Casio here. Kind of shits on like every single one of their characters, including Saya.
And it makes it rough to place Ornn as well. I mean, you can obviously still pick Ornn into basically anything. However, that being said, it's not something that I've really enjoyed playing Ornn into. The Veigar cage really does help get rid of Kennen.
Yeah,
Blind is
Kennen for Tiny
ballsy.
Tibbs. Yeah, and this is actually one of his better picks too. I have played against Tiny Tibbs in Meta Shift. I believe he was playing
This is a terrible
top
idea. Do
lane.
not play the Garen. Do not play the Garen. Do not play the Garen. The Garen versus Kennen, if you did not know, is Garen's, I believe, either worst or second worst matchup. It's like
Not fun.
a
It's not
56%
fun.
favored cannon. It is not fun. You can play it. The way you play it is you go level 1 behind enemy tower and you proxy level 1. Yeah, I like the Ornn pickup here. I think that's the correct play. The other pick I would have liked to see is maybe a Cho'Gath. That's the only other thing I can think of off the top of my head. Or like a Yorick, if you just want to just win the lane and win in side lane. But I've not been impressed by the side lane macro from either of these teams. So I am happy to see just kind of a straight up team fight from Lotus. This is what I wanted last game, was just Ornn comp and just blow your load in their face and win the team fight.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that's the correct way to go, right? Like, obviously, now that the Veigar has been locked in, it's a little bit more difficult to kind of select which target we're going to end up blowing up, but at the end of the day, it probably does have to be the Veigar, and Yunara is going to get the free hit at the beginning of the fight, and that just is what it is. We cannot play if Veigar Cage is up and available, but I think out of the two comps, I do really prefer Lotus's comp again. I'm hoping that they're able to figure out how to pilot it, really. Like, that is the main concern for me, because the Kennen and the Veigar are going to make their lives absolute hell on earth trying to get to this Yunara. So hopefully we realize that we kind of just have to, like, suck it up and hit front and play the peel off the Kennen ulti and the Rel ulti. But
Yeah.
other than that, I mean, I think both teams have really real tools to, team fight each other, really. But I do think that if the game is going to come down to which team outfights the other, I think that Syndicate has a lot more agency to immediately start a fight with a cannon flank or a rel engage, as opposed to
Yeah.
Ornn kind of has to, like, wait to use his abilities to engage. Or he kind of more has to peel with his ulti as opposed to engage with them, is more what I'm trying to say.
If you're on Lotus's side, right, you have an actual team fight engage. Like, you can go through every step of the team fight, and you have the tools to go through a full team fight from engaging on the enemy to finishing out that team fight. The problem I have with Syndicate's team here is they don't really have great buttons to pull. Yeah, you can rel ult in, but then you get popped. Yeah, you can Veigar cage, but how are you going to get Veigar cage on somebody? As long as, Lotus is positioning well. Cannon, yeah, sure, but you're going to get instantly deleted. Honestly, if I'm Kennen, I might even consider first item Zanyas, just so I can get a little bit more time on the Rift. So we'll see how these team fights end up playing out. But for now, we're going to go to break. We'll see you guys in about 4 minutes. Don't go anywhere.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are in Game 4 of CCS Playoffs, Round 3. This has been a long one. I don't know about y'all. I went and grabbed a snack over the break. I'm ready for some more League of Legends. Now, we were looking at these comps, and I really do think that Lotus has the edge. But what do you want to see from Syndicate in order for them to win this? Suzette?
I would like to see, specifically at around the team fighting phase, so second or third Drake, whichever one they decide to fight on. I would like to see the side of Syndicate find some really good flank wards so that Tiny Tibbs is allowed to TP in on a flank and find a ginormous cannon ulti, and hopefully send us all to bed in a fast manner.
Please, God. My throat hurts. Flay, why did you convince me to do this, bro? Actually, I didn't even need to be convinced. I convinced myself. Yeah, pretty boring early game. Nothing too exciting. Never mind. We have Pantheon invade. He steals red buff. This is weird vibe having. No matter what happens from here, I believe Vi is kind of just cooked in terms of her camps here. Although,
Yeah, no, I think it's actually okay. If Vi goes red buff, Pantheon
Yeah, this is
probably
smart.
doesn't check it. Unfortunately, Vi is going to the Raptors, which I think is the most incorrect thing that she could have done, because now she's just going to go hit her Wolves, and now she'll be down to camp. But that's okay, because you have the weaker early game out of the two characters.
Yeah.
I do, as a, you know, Vi Pantheon enjoyer myself, not that I play too much Vi anymore. She does have an extremely weak abusable level 1. So looking for that invade on that first camp is really, really good heads up play from Lost.
And this is a great trade from Crispy. This is kind of what we were hoping to see from him in game 4 rather. Hoping to see him play a little more aggressive, play something with a little bit more agency, and this Xayah does really fit the bill. For Sean, Sean's job is just to stay alive. Same with Guar. Guar just needs to stay alive and farm even or farm better than Tiny Tibbs, right? Tiny Tibbs has a much harder job in this comp than just about anybody else. He has to actually manage to pull the trigger and pull the trigger well.
Yeah, Tibbs' job is extremely important, but I think Sean's job is even more important. I think the cage placement in these fights is going to be like extremely pivotal alongside Tibbs' ulti, because if Tibbs is
that's a good
just
point.
looking for a Raw Dog flash ulti with the Proto Belt and stuff like that, it's a little bit more manageable for the side of Lotus to kind of like flash away from it, or like, you know, Ari ult away from it, or counter it with like an Ornn ulti flying in at the last second, or even like mark him with Leona. Whereas if half of Lotus is kind of like zoned by a cage, it's really hard to like path around the Kennen ulti,
Yeah.
right? So it's also very pivotal that Sean finds at least a very good zoning Veigar cage in these fights.
Yeah, and I expect Tiny Tips to go first or second. So get a little trade here. Ornn might actually be able to crash this before junglers get there. Although it doesn't look like junglers are pathing. I expected Pantheon to come and punish the Ornn extension here, but I guess he just wants to clear his camps and make sure that Vi doesn't get anything in return.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that's okay. Like, the worst that'll happen is Ornn...
It's a great trade from Guar.
Yeah, this is a really insane trade from Guar. It's actually pretty good of him.
Guar might have kill pressure here if he plays this properly.
Yeah, the only issue is you don't really want to trade flashes with Kennen as Ornn, I feel. Like, as the Ornn, you probably just want to recall here, because now Kennen's wave is completely doomed and he's forced to recall, right? So now you can pull the wave as the Ornn, freeze it, you can also recall, and then you can just walk back to lane, because Tim's just going to have to TP and instantly shove the wave so that it bounces. And that's really bad for him, because, like, look, he has Alternator, and he's going to have Refillable, and Ornn's going to have MR Refillable, so they're now at a kind of, they're staring at each other, as people say nowadays. They're just sitting there and staring at each other for the rest of this lane phase as they stonewall each other.
Yeah, and this is probably the closest early game we've seen so far out of these two teams, or at least the most even, rather. Nobody really getting a huge advantage here. The Xayah's up 15 CS, but, I mean, with this wave pushing in, that should be a little bit closer. But, you know, that's kind of what you expect from an Ornn Kennen matchup, is them to be about even, Ornn down a little bit, you know, Vi down a little bit, and then bot lane up a little bit. And honestly, I'm surprised mid is up CS, Veigar.
Yeah, I mean, the Veigar being up CS does kind of make sense. He is able to kind of zoom the Ahri after level 3, and make her life a little bit more difficult. But one thing I will note that is that this is the second time the whole series that the side of Lotus has found the first dragon of the game, and the only other time that that happened was last game. I'm pretty sure, unless I'm wrong.
Yep.
And they got the first one game 1, but I don't remember. It's been so long. So correct me if I'm wrong on that,
That's a
but I don't
50%
think
rate.
that they got the first one in game 1.
So that is something that probably is not a meaningful statistic. However, if you say it with enough confidence, it sounds like a meaningful statistic.
Well,
As
it
we're
is
gonna
a
get a little
meaningful
fight here.
statistic as we're gonna get a fight here. Tiny Tim's gonna go in with the Kennen ulti. The Ornn ult is gonna come down over top like I said it was going to, as a peeling ultimate. The Veigar is going to execute
Great Veigar
the
ult.
Ari immediately, and Sean is just ripping through them. He is having a legacy series here, saving this skirmish for the side of Sean. Fan Club is one hit away, and he does get the Kennen, but gives Sean an additional kill, and Veigar is 3-0 at 7 minutes in this game, and it is looking like wraps already for the side of Lotus. This Veigar is going to be so accelerated now.
This is just, I think that's just bad target prio. And from the side of Lotus, you know who your target's gonna have to be. It's gonna have to be the Veigar, right? Because once Kennen, as I don't remember who it was that was laughing at me saying blow his load, but once he blows his load, he doesn't have any damage for several seconds, right? Whereas Veigar can keep putting out those Qs, keep hitting his buttons. His buttons are on a much shorter cooldown, right? So I think if they just went for the correct people, if they went straight for the Veigar, that's a winning fight for them.
Yeah, and what I was gonna say about that dragon statistic is that it's important for the side of Lotus to actually stack these dragons, because I think this is another game where they get outscaled, right? Like, mid lane is going to get incredibly outscaled, and I'm not too confident on the Yunara versus Xayah scaling, but I imagine that Xayah is the one that gets outscaled since Yunara is the shorter range character. That's normally how they end up balancing these shorter range ADCs, but yeah, and then Vi also just gets completely outscaled by Pantheon as well. Pantheon just utilizes the Purser items just a little bit better than she does. So it really just is going to come down to whichever team slams these objectives faster, and as long as the gold is even, I think it's going to come out to whichever team ends up getting the soul. But I guess we'll see. The Veigar is extremely accelerated, but he is going to go Roa, which is going to be a little bit more difficult as we see Crispy gets stunned up here. He does have the Flash R available. He does Barrier. He does come down with the Barrier. The Pantheon ulti comes in, and Cub Cadet picks him up for free. That was a bit of over-aggressiveness that I wasn't really expecting Crispy to do. That was very odd of him to walk into bush blind, but Colin is going to get stunned up here. He's going to flip the Leona backwards. Jake is going to try and stun him up there, and Shivs is going to stun him up and walk away because he knows he is outmanned.
Yeah, and I think Syndicate just wants to go to sleep.
Yep, I think they have had enough. They are putting their foot down, and they are sending Lotus home for the night. Back to Cancun, gentlemen. Back to Cancun.
Yeah, and if Lotus keeps this stable, avoids early skirmishes here, I think they just win the later game team fights. But once again, they're just randomly skirmishing. Like, so the problem here is, right, Syndicate has...
Well, they just have to get through Yunara Flash here, right? Like, Yunara cannot flash away anymore. Now she's dead. Yeah, this is a really good dive. They only sack Shibs for this, because she's going to take 2 tower shots, but that's okay. Double kill for Ari.
That's plates, yeah.
So now mid lane is, like, actually kind of almost even again, and, I mean, Gore is going to get bullied in this lane. That's just a given, unfortunately, but once he does get his items, he is able to kind of fight back eventually, but Veigar is going to get some mid plates here. Ari's going to get a bit of the gold back that she lost from that earlier skirmish. But that's a really good dive.
And that brings
Yunara loses a wave for it. Xayah's going to catch some plates. So now Xayah's up 2-3 waves plus plates. So now we do see that in the inventory of Crispy, he is on Yuntal now. And it's buffed. Buffed Yuntal. Pretty good.
Buffed Yuntal. And he has more stacks on his Cole. He's 15 whole stackaroos ahead. Big. So he's probably going to get that about
a wave and a half earlier. Shocker. We can all do minion counting here. 7 minions to a wave. Yeah, I mean, if Lotus can keep this in touching distance and doesn't completely troll, we're going to game 5. If Syndicate manages to get to uber late game, right? If Lotus can't close it out in those like mid-late game team fights, not quite super late game team fights, then they're just going to get outscaled. But I think the way the power parity works here is Syndicate has a little bit of an advantage early, especially because they have the Pantheon ult. Once it gets to mid-game, the mid-game fights go the way of Lotus, almost 100%. And even in the late game, those team fights go Lotus's way just because of the ornaments, that sort of thing. But then you get to really late game where Vigar gets 300 stacks and just starts popping people.
Yep, I agree. I think Lotus is a lot stronger in the mid game here. Syndicate is already set up for this dragon, so this is going to be taken down for them. But as we do see, the Vi is looking for a little bit of a lane gank here. I do think that this is an amazing idea.
Yeah, this is a
Both
good angle.
flashes are up on the side for Syndicate, but the exhaust, crucially, is up for the Rel. And so if Jake goes in just a little bit too early, even if it's under tower, it ends up being really bad. But it looks like both parties are kind of just going to recall here, and we're going to get a trade in top
Good trade
lane.
from Gore. Yeah, now
Yeah.
Gore gets just free trade with that. Every 15 seconds, if he doesn't get hit, he gets a free shield and then gets to trade that shield away for Tiny Tim's HP bar. And now he gets to have fun.
Well, he doesn't get to have fun if he's willingly getting hit by these Qs. But yes, his itemization is good if he chills behind his minion wave every 15 seconds, which he doesn't seem to want to do.
My goodness.
Please back up, Guar.
Yeah, and if I'm Gore, I'm also probably just going to grab a tier. It's a small thing, right? But it gives you a lot of early sustain in that lane. It just lets you stay there, right? And it means you get to take more trades into Kennen, who is basically unlimited resources as long as he wants to stay in lane, assuming he doesn't just... Like, his only resources is HP bar, right? His only important resource. So, I probably... And we get a rage bait coming in. This game is a rage bait to my sleep schedule. Mr. Fantastic on prod. I'm so sorry, brother. Don't go to sleep, please. We need you to stream the game for us.
Realucel, as we see, Ornn looking for another trade he's not going to get, but he is going to find a small trade here. It looks like Tiny Tibbs is kind of starting to win out on this one, but he does have the Proto Belt away, and it looks like Guar actually somehow came up on top in that one, even though Tibbs got like 14 autos in. Little bit of the scuffle happening bot side, but everybody's kind of hovering down there, kind of floating on bot lane as both ultis come out top side. We get the clap after the ram goes through, and nothing really happens here unless Tibbs overstays and gives Ornn the flash and knock up here, but I doubt that that's ever going to actually go through as long as this flash is available. And it looks like nothing's going to happen here. Tibbs is just going to recall. Herald did just spawn. Pretty important objective this game, I think. Whoever kind of gets the first tower of this game kind of has the ability to push their leads across the map, especially if you unlock this Ahri. As we see a big engage coming onto this Rel, this Pantheon ulti is kind of super delayed. I don't know that we actually care about killing this Rel, but Crispy's going to do it anyway. Jake is going to go backline onto Cub, but the Xayah is not exactly autoing the prio targets here. Cub is going to get stunned up. Pantheon is going to get rooted. He's going to go down. The Veigar cage is going to come down. Sean is going to pick up the Xayah immediately. Ahri is going to dash away, and Vi is going to get picked up by the Yunara. So Cub ends up getting, I think, 2 kills out of that, and then Sean gets 1, right?
Yeah, and this is just bad target prio from Crispy. Crispy solo losing that fight. As we see more trading, just wet noodle fight top. Neither of them can deal damage to the other. Yeah, I think Crispy, I don't know why he's chasing the Rel down. you just turn on the Pantheon, kill him as quickly as you can, especially with your feather pullback. You hold it for after the shield is down. I like the initial ult on the Xayah, but I don't know why she went forward. I think she needs to go backwards, away from the Rel, so as to get the pullback onto the Pantheon. Thank you for that comment, Anarchial Demon. We know you like dick. Yeah, and this looks like it might be a pig on a cub. Nope, never mind. I lied. My apologies.
Anyway, I think that fight was very weird from Crispy, right? Because he ulted into the tri-bush. He didn't even have to ulti in the first place. He could have just walked at the rail there and taken another, like, 8th of his health bar for it. I think that was fine. Yeah. If he has the ulti for when the Veigar cage comes down, I think that could be, like, an entirely different fight, right? Because you just are pull back on the Veigar, he loses half his health, and then how does he play, right? So... It's a little bit rough the way that he played it, but all in all, I think it's actually okay because they do get first tower bot. The Rift Herald hasn't been taken yet, so all we have to do is kind of pressure this Rift Herald, say F you, F this dragon, which it doesn't seem like we're gonna do because Jake is in the area and so is Tiny Tips, but I genuinely don't think that we should be fighting for this dragon. We should just be ripping Herald here, punching mid open, and unlocking our Ahri. Because as long as Ahri is able to, you know, do exactly what's happening here and play this choke with the charm, since the Ornn ulti comes down, Tiny Tips in the backline, and Xayah is immediately eviscerated in this fight. Ahri can't really play, and Sean's 1 HP, but there's not really anybody to hit him, and this fight is completely over. Sean just picks up a double kill, and Pantheon takes the other one. Kind of just a complete blowout fight as Sean... gets 2, Tibbs gets 1, and Pantheon also gets another. It's really bad that we took this fight here, because as I was saying, if we just punch open mid with the Rift Herald, that unlocks our Ahri to sit in these bushes and look for random picks and roams on side lanes to kind of get us into this mid game at a respectable gold amount. But now we're down 5,000 gold and 2 Drakes, and Sean is running this game, and as I say that, I caster curse them, and he gives down a 1k over to Ahri.
But I don't think it even matters. I think, and I don't know if we're gonna get a replay of the last play, but this fight is literally just lost off of positioning again, right? Guar is completely split from his team, right? And Guar needs to be that front line to prevent that cannon engage, that Pantheon engage, whomever is running into his team, right? And Tiny just gets to fucking slam his face into Lotus for free with no contest, and Guar is busy hitting enemy backline. And I think Lotus needs to group with their tank. This isn't Guar's fault, right? Guar's doing the correct thing, right? He's contesting mid wave into Drake. That's what how you're supposed to play the game, right? And instead, Guar is the only person contesting that mid wave, and you see what happens. It's an instant fight lose for Lotus.
Yeah, and I mean, it's just a, like, lack of understanding of the fundamentals of the game, right? Lotus didn't really care to get the mid prio there, so as soon as Syndicate gets it, they kind of just run in through mid, which means that since the Ornn didn't give up the mid wave, the side of Lotus was effectively playing a 4v5 without their strongest peeling member, really. Like, the Leona can only do so much to peel the cannon, and if he is flashing proto-belting forwards to attempt to get the best ulti possible, there is literally nothing the Leona can do, because she has to R from range to keep him off of her team. She can't really, like, guarantee an EQ at him, and if she Qs him while the cannon's already on top of his team, well, cannon's already on top of your team ulting. So, what can you do, right?
And the good news for Lotus is they might get to go to sleep.
That is the good news.
For Lotus
the bad
is
news
really
is they're
not
going to
playing this fight
Cancun.
very well.
Yeah. I agree. I think one thing that does need to change, like you were saying, is a lot of these fights are just positioning gaps, or you know, just a lack of respecting of something, right? Like, it matters more that it matters way less that you're killing somebody, and it matters way more that you are killing somebody who's important, right?
Yeah.
So, like, in that bot lane play, we killed the Rel and use all of our abilities to do it. Does that truly matter? No, not really. As we see, again, we're hitting the Rel here, and we're blowing a flash to kill the Rel that we're not actually even killing. She's still getting value. Granted, Xayah is now free hitting, but now Xayah doesn't have a front line. So now she has to R away. The RE is going to come out. The Cub's going to go low, but it's not going to matter. it'll just be a 1-for-1, and everybody's hopefully just gonna walk away as the Ari is kind of getting cut off from her team here.
Is dead
She's gonna have to
here? No, not quite.
flash.
Good
Okay,
flash.
nice. Flash away. Pantheon gets the flash for his ulti. Good trade for Pantheon. Not so great play for the Ari. The Yunar is gonna get completely mangled by the Vi here. Vi character is
happened?
good.
Can we
Vi
get a replay of
character
that?
is strong. I don't think we need a replay of this. The Vi just queued over the banana wall and then pressed R because he didn't press R in the initial fight that happened.
Yeah,
That's all that happened.
I think the theme that I've noticed a lot with Lotus is they're kind of just ignoring their basic fundamental gameplay, right?
All right.
Wow,
well, Jake
this is
just
just
completely killed himself,
complete
by the
int.
way. Dude, Jake is protesting this game. That is fucking awesome, man. Oh,
No fucking
he's
way.
actually out, but he
Oh my
griefed the portal,
God.
so he's behind where he should have went. I think he actually does still get caught here. His Q is on a low
Ari gets
cooldown,
him
but
out.
Rel is on the chase. The Ari lands the charm, and he's actually out. Dude, do not let Jake drive the car. I know the meme is that Rusha is bad at driving, but do not let this
Wow.
do not let this motherfucker drive the goddamn car ever again. Please God.
I don't even know.
Tiny
Yeah.
Tips randomly gets shut down top side. Zaya ends up somehow 1v1ing Cub, and the map is kind of falling apart for the side of Syndicate. What is happening? This game went sideways so fast. Honestly, for both teams. Jake missing the tower completely. Like, I understand he moved the way he did to dodge the first one, as Colin is now getting caught out in the river, and for some reason we're forcing a TP on it as well that we don't need to use. But both teams are doing something. They're existing. They're playing League of Legends. I don't know if it's the right League of Legends, but they are playing League of Legends. So
Yeah, and that's what
this
we love to see in the
this'll
Clowns
be the second
Championship
drink
series.
for Lotus as well off of all of these picks. So the circa the classic is loud and proud in this game 4. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Zeus.
And I mean, it's looking like Syndicate really wants a game 5, and Lotus really doesn't want a game 5. And you'd expect those roles to be reversed generally. But the theme of this series so far has been both teams are just not respecting basic fundamentals. They're not playing just controlled League of Legends. And so it looks like both of them are just completely trolling, right? When in reality, the reason why is because they're all just trying to make their own separate plays, and they're not coordinating, and they're not playing slowly. As we have another Rage Bait redeemed. Flay says, now boarding a United Airlines flight to Cancun. Passengers from Group Lotus, please proceed to the gate. Lotus is going to Cancun, according to Flay. Flay, I think you should go back to Albania. Stop bullying Lotus.
Oh,
as
we
see
do
another
see
team fight breaking
Veigar
out.
put a cage down on top of Shibs. Shibs is going to go down here. He did blow his ultimate, and
Crispy just gets
so
nuked. Oh my god.
yeah, Shibs unfortunately is a Leona and is not tanky enough to live there. But we are going to see another engage as the Rel flashes forward and knocks back the Ari, and she R's away into Veigar, blowing her up instantly with the ulti, and that will most likely be the Baron unless Jake makes a miracle steal here. It is possible, but without vision, it is very, very difficult. As he does get caged up here, he's gonna get poked down, and that will be the Baron. And
I feel like I'm getting deja vu from both those plays back to back. In the exact
Yeah,
same spot too.
you know, if I know anything about this game, JP, we've been here for what is it now? The 4th game, the 5th hour of the day.
We have been here for 4.5 hours so far.
If I know one thing is true, if Lotus is looking like they're in a driver's seat position, and then they do some stupid shit by the Baron and die and lose the Baron, that means that they'll probably win the game. So,
True. That is true.
we'll see you guys in Silver Scrapes. We're going to a break. Lotus already won this one.
That is correct. And we're seeing another
We're
team
seeing
fight break
another
out.
team
This
fight.
is optimistic after the last two.
Well, Sean actually just had the blue flash here, and he's in Zonia's as well. If Ari times her abilities right, yeah, we can get a double kill here into his
Lotus is-
shutdown, and Tibbs is TP'd into the side of the fight on Vision, so now he is dead too. What is happening in this game, man? And now his Zonia's is down as well.
Just get the push down! Let me go to sleep, please, Lotus. I don't know who Lotus org owner is. I'm sorry for your
Dude,
new heart
get-
problems that you've just
Get
gotten.
Skeeth in here right now. Get that motherfucking doctor in here right now. There's no way
Yeah.
Skeeth is not performing his own heart surgery watching this team play the game, bro.
Skeeth is gonna need a
Hey.
fucking pacemaker after this game. Lord.
For the
Yeah, I don't know
first
if
time
Skeeth is
in
watching
4
this, but-
games, Lotus has finally gotten the gold
Don't say that too
in
loud.
their favor.
Don't say that too
First time in
loud.
4 games, they have a positive gold advantage. Finally.
God. And again, it looks like Syndicate really wants to go to Game 5, and Lotus really does not. And I don't know where that fight came from. It's just random fight happened to work out.
Yeah, I mean, Vagar was frontlining for his team. He put a cage down. It missed literally every person on Lotus. And then they just charmed him with Ari. He had to flash away, and then he got full collapsed on. And pretty much that's what's happening right here. As
And-
the Rel goes in, gets charmed up, and then 2 of his carries get exploded, and now
And this is more of what I
the
expected.
game is over. The game is
See,
just done here, by the way. Tiny
you-
Tips has to recall and ult all 5 members and the wave. Otherwise, he just loses. His team loses the game immediately here. He
Yeah,
has
this
to
is
like
what I
miracle play.
expected, right? Because they don't really have an effective engage tool. As soon as, assuming that Lotus is even or up gold, they don't have an engage tool that works. And he's just dead. It's
And that's
getting-
the game's over. The game's done.
That's
All right,
the-
everybody, we're going to Silver Scrapes. I called this 10 minutes ago. We'll see you after the break. We're not even talking about the post game. Circuit to CCS. We'll see you in 10 minutes. We're all gonna go
Oh
get a
my
drink.
god! I need a drink. I'm gonna go grab some whiskey from the other room. We'll be right back. Welcome back to your Clown Fiesta League. I'm JP, got my whiskey here, and we are into Game 5 draft. We're already drafting. We've slammed an Aatrox. I don't know if that's a flex for
It is a
Jake.
flex, yeah. Jake plays it, Goomba plays it.
And shocking absolutely everybody, we actually have a side swap this game. We're going to have Lotus on blue side for the first time this series.
That is something that is new. And I'm not too sure what Syndicate is thinking. Along the lines of. I think their general idea is that they have some crazy R5 that's left available that they want to slam. I'm not really sure what it is, truthfully. Just trying to like rack my head through their champ pools that I remember. The Irelia's already gone, and the Mordekaiser's banned, so it can't be either of those, and we already have the Orianna locked in. So unless Lost doesn't lock in his character here, this could be the infamous Game 5 we're out of jungle characters game and be lock in the Hecarim Worry combo.
Yeah, and I
On
think
4.
probably more likely what they're looking for is R3 pick into 2 bans.
No, please do not
Or-
lock in Renata. Please, God, do not lock
God,
in Renata
this is
into
a
these characters.
terrible
It's so
game.
bad. Oh,
Why are you locking Renata here? Huh?
Okay, so the side of Lotus has 0 champions that want to auto attack, except for like maybe Aatrox for passive auto, and we locked in Renata blind just because we have Jinx. With like, I don't know how to explain this to people that like don't play bot lane, but this is like easily like the worst fucking character against characters that do not give a shit about autoing. This is literally the worst support you could have locked here. Milio is open. Lulu is open.
Yeah, I was gonna say, isn't this where you just slam Lulu? If you don't have
Like-
any supports left, just play Lulu.
Dude, think
and
about
turn
all
their
of the
brain
supports
off.
that are open right now. The only things that have been played have been engaged supports. So I understand it's Colin playing, and he doesn't really like playing enchanters. Milio, Lulu, Karma are all open. Nami is open.
If you don't
what
like
a-
playing
like-
enchanters, just play Yumi.
Even Camille support is open, and that is even better than Renata here. There's no way that
Golly.
Renata is like the best in slot pick here. But I digress. We're playing Renata into Rakan. It's not a bad matchup for Renata. However, the Renata ult has a 0, and I mean literally 0 usefulness this game. As we see the Maokai get picked up, it's probably going jungle because of the jungle bus, and he's just gonna shit out a bunch of saplings the whole day. The whole game, but yeah, I mean it'll be interesting to see how this bot lane ends up playing out, because this Lux could just get flexed bot with the Rakan. The Rakan can just run around the map, and that could be the end of it. But it looks like Crispy is going to get his hyper carry game, and they're slamming the Zeri here.
I would
Hopefully,
go with Tristana here. I would go with the Zeri. The Zeri's a good pick. Yeah.
Yeah, I think the Tristana
Nubly
is significantly worse.
Nubly made a comment. Will Sin throw their comp here? So far, are you looking at the comps?
Are you seeing the Renata glass? Why are we picking what? I don't know what I'm watching anymore.
Yeah,
that's
I
fine.
don't
Yeah,
I don't
that's
know
fine. I
either.
like the Cho'Gath.
I like Shen way more then I like Cho'Gath,
Shen's
but
fine.
I like Cho'Gath if the idea is that we need a front line to peel for Zeri, then sure. But I think Shen is good enough, especially since we took the Aatrox. Now a lot of Shen's bad matchups are gone. I imagine Sin is probably going to look at... They have Tiny Tips playing, and Gwen is open. They could look Gwen, but then that puts them on quad AP and solo AD Jinx, which granted, I think is still fine. Because Ori's going to build Pen anyway. Gwen does true damage, so it doesn't matter that much that you're quad AP. But it does hurt the Maokai a bit. But we do see Yorick get locked in.
And this is a great Yorick angle because it's great into both the Aatrox and the Shen. I'm just surprised I didn't see it earlier. There was a great angle for the Yorick earlier, against the Mundo, against the literally against every single champ this series. Basically, was a good Yorick angle. So I'm surprised it wasn't already picked. But the real question is, can Syndicate do what Lotus couldn't? Lotus has not been able to have a side lane presence this entire series. Period.
To be fair, neither has Syndicate. In fairness, both teams have locked in some crazy side lane character and have basically stripped their shit in mid lane the whole game. So hopefully, and I'm praying, I'm right there with you. I love split pushing when I play top lane. So I'm hoping that we figure out how to split push.
Yeah,
But
I don't know.
yeah,
The
I don't
fact
think
that
we
you are
figured it out
worse
yet.
at split lane pressure than Theory of Everything. Theory of Everything Strong Force, people. You are worse at split map pressure than Theory of Everything Strong Force. What are you doing? Put the champion in side lane. Jesus Christ. And we have a report from Prod that Sean and Tibbs swapped again. I'm not surprised. Sean is the Yorick player out of this group. I've seen him play it before. Or rather I know it's in his pool. So I'm not super surprised there.
As the number one theory of everything Strong Force, super fan of Commander Caxi, I do agree both of these teams are also terrible at side lane macro. Comes with the territory of playing in, a D3 cap league. Nobody understands how to play macro at all. On any team, really, ever. But I will say, out of the two comps, I do actually prefer Lotus. I think I prefer Lotus.
You can think
Only
about that
because-
a little too hard.
only because Renata was locked in, and still, after the Renata lock, we managed to lock an 80 carry that doesn't need to auto attack during the Renata ult.
Yeah, that I do like.
Zeri's auto attack is auto Q. She does not
So
need
the
to press the
question
Q
is-
button.
Will Syndicate's throw, can they overcome it by playing with 2 brain cells?
I'm gonna
Because
go with the
I know
answer
for
to
a
that
damn
is no.
fact. I know for a damn fact that Shen, who should be perma side lane the entire game, is going to go side lane once every 5 minutes, if you're lucky. And yeah, it looks like the Shen will be top lane this game.
I think if both comps are played perfectly, the way that they should be, Syndicate should win every time.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think in reality, both of these teams are playing so poorly that Lotus might just win because of how awful the Renata pick is. Like, it is a generationally bad Renata pick, and obviously Colin can prove me wrong, but there is zero, and I mean zero, value out of Renata ult this game. It is entirely in bailout, and honestly, Lotus does not give two flying fiddlesticks about the bailout on the
No,
Jinx.
they don't. Like, and it's just like
I would say absolute cinema, but it's the whatever the opposite of that is.
It is not absolute cinema. It is the worst
Absolute
thing ever.
pain and suffering.
Absolute complete pain and
purgatory.
suffering. Yep. Complete
Yeah,
pain and
I don't
suffering.
know. Let's go to the fucking break.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
let's
go,
just hit
I'm
the
gonna go
break
add some more
button.
whiskey into my drink. I'll be back.
Welcome back to CCS. I've already finished my drink. Tuta is also here. We are back into League of Legends. Yay.
I am in fact here.
Ugh, Lord. And we are getting into this game. It looks like we might have something interesting happening.
Something is actually happening at level 1, and
lied.
it's a
My bad,
stack,
guys.
and
We can talk.
Tiny
We're
Tibbs
trading top.
press Q, and he's dead.
Tiny
Tiny Tibbs is dead. Goodbye, Tiny Tibbs.
Yes, something happened.
That is so beautiful, man.
I'm slowly losing my mind. You might be able to hear the delirium setting in. And W. Sean knows how to play Yorick, already has a stack up. Let's go. My only complaint is, Sean, you should not be taking Conqueror into this or basically any matchup, right? You get out-traded, if Sean, you end up watching this, you get out-traded in long trades by Ship. So you want to walk up, press Q, run away. That is your trade
Hey,
pattern.
he don't know that. He don't play the Rick.
Bro, he's not a cringe as split lane one trick like me.
Oh, he doesn't know how Shen works either, man. People just don't know that Shen Q slows when he pulls it through you. It is what it is, bro. Top's probably completely over unless Guard does something very, very terrible on the Summoner's Rift in the next, like, 4 or 5 minutes, but...
Yeah, all really Sean has to do is get that first bounce in. Once he gets that first bounce in, it's a much more comfortable matchup to play out. You can actually win the matchup level 1 as Yorick if you know what you're doing. I don't think Sean does. And hopefully he just knows to just, if he doesn't know what he's doing, just let yourself scale up, and then you can play with minions later.
Yeah, I mean, Sean is normally pretty consistent. He normally isn't going to be the person that is going to die a bunch of times in lane, so...
Yeah.
I expect him to just kind of farm this match out. I would even if it does end up going not his way early. But I will note that despite the Renata pick being bad in, I think, all of our eyes, except for maybe Nubili, it is pretty good early game because Renata is a lane bully and Rakan kind of isn't until he hits the all 3 buttons when he can go WEE. And, you know, Crispy is just at ranged here, so... We're kind of just collecting the minion waves. It is what it is. Bot lane is going to be a scale fest for Lotus, and they are going to have to try and win the game through mid-jungle. And I think that's okay, because honestly, Crits has been playing pretty decently the whole series outside of the Victor game. And this is actually a pretty good matchup for Lux. As we see the Rakan get the knock up here, both AD carries do have the lethal tempos almost fully stacked up right now, but it looks like we're just going to walk away and no more trading is going to happen. And the Aatrox is topside, and Sean is going...
I think.
I don't think it's that. It is his flash, though.
And if I'm Aatrox, I might stick around. I'm going to sit in that bush for a little while. And I'd honestly wait on this back because you got to know Sean's going to TP back to lane. Unless he doesn't.
Well, here's the thing.
Wow.
I don't think Sean knows he needs to TP back to lane. So he's just going to walk and drop the wave because we just don't understand how top lane works or something. Who knows? But
Wow.
yeah, if it were me, I also would have stayed in that pixel and even waited for him to walk back to lane because my Shen is holding a freeze right now. So the Yorg is for sure dead if I just stay.
Yeah.
But his concern is hitting level 6, which is the biggest break point on the Aatrox, and I think that's okay.
Yeah, and it's the same deal for Sean at this point, right? Sean has to survive until level 6, right? Level 6, he gets his maiden, he gets a big chunk of damage, and this is a good
Okay,
gank
is here.
This
This
might
is
turn
a
into a
really
kill
bad
here.
flash. Yeah, this is for sure a kill. This is such a bad flash from Guar. I don't blame him for flashing the way he did because he couldn't really see Lost from Fog, but that was you should have just held it and flashed the Q.
Yeah, and
Is
that's a
what
good
it is.
open from the Maokai. Just walking up the lane and straight into a gank. Sean gets the bounce, right? And he's gonna have Wave in a really good position. So if I'm Maokai now, I know my bot camps are probably gone. I would go straight into my bot camps, check them, and then path towards top. Switch up your pathing here, right? Because we can really unless wow, what the hell? Yeah,
There's
unless
a
Sean
fight
does this,
happening
right?
bot as well, but it looks like it's going to amount to nothing. But as you were saying, yeah, this is a really good path from Lost. He is going to recall and do pretty much exactly what you said after he does his Raptors. One thing I do want to look at is in inventories right now. Don't know if you noticed. The Maokai took the Storm Raider Surge, the new Phase Rush. Not as good Phase Rush, but Phase Rush. And then also is building Faded Ashes, which means he's building Leandries. But for some, whatever reason, we went Green Smite instead of Red Smite. What? I don't know what that's about, but I think Red Smite is proper here, because you're going to max E either first or second. Probably second, because they just buff Q monster damage. So, very
It's a good
interesting
trade
that
from
we're
Sean.
not just building AP this game, but good trade from Sean, nonetheless. Correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm not much of a Yorick player anymore. I only know what Yorick does from the very little amount of him I played top lane the first go-around when I tried to learn this role. But isn't it always proper to just, like, instantly Maiden in matchups where they don't just kill it for free? Like, if he had already had Maiden out here, he would have healed at least a little bit more HP, right? And
So
then
that
he
is
pops it and
basically
dies
the
anyway.
worst use case of Maiden. So yes and no. So in that particular case, right? I'm Sean. I want to hold a freeze there, right? So in that case, and Sean, by the way, should have immediately warded if he had one, and if he didn't have ward, which he didn't, he needed to respect that gank because we know Aatrox's gank timer here, right? Or we should. So we need to respect that gank timer and not be stepping up. This was exactly how he died last time, was off of just Aatrox just walking up. Like, it wasn't even a good gank. It was just Aatrox walking up, right? In a matchup where you want to freeze, you have to leave the Maiden down because Maiden is auto-push, right? No matter what, Maiden's going to push your lane out. So, what I would do is wait for Guar to make a bad trade and then drop Maiden to try and get a dive off, if that makes sense. Because Maiden does
that makes
increase
sense.
your damage by probably a solid 20%, but your sustain still comes from your Q, right? And it doesn't give you any additional sustain. So you can still trade relatively well. You're not going to be the greatest trades, but pretty decent trades by just keeping your Maiden down. You don't really need it.
And one thing to note so far in this game is that Aatrox is gonna look for a little ganky poo here. It's not gonna happen. But the Zeri, despite being out of range and bleed early game, only down about 10 farm. Really important. Unfortunately, for the side of Sean Fan Club, this Aatrox, as long as he gets a decent team fight in the next fight, is going to go nuclear because he is 6 now. He's about to hit the cycle.
Yeah, and this is the sort of time when I would drop Maiden.
Yeah,
this is like when I get this longer
sense.
trade. Yeah.
Oh, as there's a fight coming out bot, the Maokai is going to come down. The Rakan is going to get Berserk. Look at how good that Renata ult is. They all just kind of stood still and nothing happened.
Yes. And that's a Shen
Shivs is going to W away and everybody's out. Shen ulted and now Yorick's going to get free pushed up, but that is what it is. And that's the end of the fight. Nothing happened. Nobody died. Crispy lost his sums. Oh well.
Yeah, and that's what, as Yorick, that's what you want. This is precisely the sort of fight you want, right? Shen TP's away for nothing, right? Gets no value on the TP except for saving his ADC. I get a free plate, I get a free back, I get to walk back to lane and catch the wave at a neutral spot.
Sounds good to me. But what I was saying is, unfortunately, the Aatrox built Hubris, which is probably correct. Jake plays more of this character in jungle than I do. But I was expecting it to be the Cyclosword, but he did end up going straight to Dirk and Caulfield. So he does end up going Hubris this game. But even with the Hubris, at a Drake fight or a Grubs fight or whatever, as long as he's able to hit people, he should go nuclear. Because if you look, the Maokai is nowhere near first item right now. He is up on camps, but his items are not quite there, right? So he cannot contest these scrubs. These scrubs are going to go over to the side of Lotus for, I think, the first time this series, right? I think they got it in the Mundo game. No, they didn't. No, we were
And I
complaining
think,
about that.
Ironically, I think this is a win. If Syndicate decides to fight this, I think it's a winning fight for them, right? They have the Oracle, they have the Jigsaw to assist from the other side of the map, and enemy's team doesn't really have their big team fighting goals. Yes, you have Aatrox with full item complete, but I think you have the damage to burst him. I'm not 100% sure. I don't know. I would have probably still contested it. Maybe the wrong play, but yeah, and
I
no
think-
grubs for Yorick is kind of rough as well. I mean,
Yeah,
it's not,
I
not
think
the
it's
worst
super
case,
important
but-
to get rid of the grubs for enemy team here, just because they have Yorick. But also, I think it is additionally very important to keep reganking top lane, because Crispy is coasting the game really well. He's not really dying in this lane. He's not really falling any further behind than he would normally in this role. If you put this Yorick behind, this champ's usefulness goes straight down the garbage chute. The champ becomes significantly more useless. As we see,
It's a
the
great
engage come up
flash.
from Shibs, good flash from Cub Cadet, and he is out as we see the Maokai ult come down. I think Shiblet probably should have tanked this for Jake, but
We're
Jake...
just eating the Aatrox sweet spots. I don't know what the hell that was.
Jake canceled his auto twice. Otherwise, he is going to get the bailout on Colin there. Colin was not going to die because he bailed himself out, but man, that was unfortunate that we canceled our auto twice. I think he clicked both targets each once, and it canceled it twice there because he didn't know which one was going to receive the bailout. And then Colin bailed himself out, so he just couldn't get anything. But yeah,
and
that
you see
Renata
Sean
ult was
really starting
horrible.
to push this I don't know what this is just interesting to watch. This is a good position for Sean. I mean, you don't have. I don't know why he's wasting mana on wave when he has Maiden up, but obviously he hasn't played this matchup quite as much as me, so I can't criticize him too hard.
Well, Sean is also here, so it's interesting that the Shen isn't like attempting to deep trade with him or anything. I mean, they both have TPs.
He actually
there's no reason
loses
not
the
to.
deep trade, believe it or not, just because Maiden is so damn strong in the 1v1. Every single time you auto the same target that Maiden is attacking, you get, I believe it's 2% max HP magic damage. On every single auto.
Guar
Every
is
auto and
just
ability,
dead
and
here,
he's just-
right?
Yeah. Good flash. This gets him away from.
I mean,
the
Jake's
Aatrox.
Jake's gonna trade it back for sure. Aatrox has flash and R available in a second, so. Oh, but we
That's
queued
a
the wrong
great-
way. Interesting.
Fascinating.
Oh, will
That's a
Jake them
kill, that's a
off
kill!
Is actually going to
Oh
die
my
as well.
god!
Yeah, Yorick might be a little bit nuclear here, as he's going to heal again. We don't have any cooldowns available.
you can run?
Sean
Oh my God,
is
he gets a
getting
quadra!
at least a triple kill here, probably a quadra, and Zeri is getting dove on the other
quad
side of
across
the map.
the map.
It's actually a disaster play, man. No way that just happened the way it happened. Okay, first issue. I don't know if we're gonna get a replay, but first issue of this entire play is the Shen gets trapped in the Yorick wall, right?
Yeah.
Shen flash is available. Why did we lose all of our HP here?
Yeah.
Why? Like why? Right? Your jungler's coming. To
And
save
if you're
your
that
HP.
low, just give up the play at that point, right? You don't need to burn flash. You already are gonna die regardless, right? There's no point in burning your flash.
exactly.
Or flash towards the Aatrox.
And then after everything else that happens here, obviously the Aatrox misses the second Q knockup because he sends it the exact opposite direction that the Yorick gets pulled. So mechanical misplay there, whatever. I can't really fault Jake for it. But then the rest
Sean
of the
horrifying.
team, who are not melee champs, are just melee raised with the Yorick. So Yorick gets the free heal the whole damn fight. And now Sean is completely nuclear. He is at Triforce. He has tenacity boots, so the Shen can never kill him with the tower pole. Sean is actually going to be a legitimate concern now in this game after having a really rough lane phase.
Yeah, dude. And Sean, if you're watching this, your York is still all right. I'll give you all right. You need to prove to me that it's good with good macro play, right? Because the sign of a good York player is not that you're beating everybody in a 1v1. The champ kind of plays itself in 1v1. You need to prove that you can play the map well, right? So, Sean, if you're able to play the map well here, you win the game. You're so strong. Nobody should be able to fight you, right? So if I'm Syndicate now, right? What am I doing? What I might do is I might try and vertical jungle as Maokai, right? And Sean is letting his maiden die here. Don't know why that is, but okay, Min gets out. Never mind. But yeah, I might vertical jungle and just try and dive this guy over and over again until he's just completely useless.
Well, that's the thing, right? The Shen is already completely useless, so as long as Maokai plays on the bot side of the map, then Zeri's completely useless, and then there is no actual way to kill the Yorick. But, you know, as fate would have it, and only time will tell, right? I've seen these games before. I have played these games before. Lotus is down 3,000 gold at 10 minutes, and they will find a way to win this game. We have played these games before. Something
And
dumb
honestly,
will happen, and Sin will just throw the game. I believe.
Sean wants Guarda back here. I don't know why he's stopping Guarda's back here. He wants him to back so he can kill the tower. He kills him in one cycle, by the way. Auto kills tower here. Straight up. At this HP.
Especially with Triforce. Yeah, and
Yeah, with
Crystal
Triforce done, auto. In fact, I might even greed for it. Yep, there you go. And going to be a kill.
Well, it is now.
We don't fuck it up?
Now,
Yeah,
now
nice.
that the E landed, it's a kill. So now Lotus is in a bit of a rough spot because they want to contest the dragon, but they don't have a top laner for 30 seconds.
Yeah, and if I'm Sean, I might just go start Rift Arrow.
I mean, if I'm Sean, I'm just recalling, buying my items, and I'm walking down top and holding my TP. But instead, he's instantly TPing, so there's
Yeah,
no
I like the
chance
CP
his
a lot,
team loses
actually.
this. And now, I mean, the play's like completely unfightable now. Like 0% chance Lotus can ever like go back in after using this area ult here. But
Sean
we
did
did
fight
get Sean's ulti, and I mean Shen's TPing for this, so it looks like it's gonna be a fight. But Jake just flashed away, and the Drake's already gone, so I'm not really sure what we're TPing for or what we're fighting for. Kind of just seems like both team obviously Sin less so in this early game, but it seems like both teams are kind of not really on the same page about what they actually want to do, as Crispy eats the E and has to flash, and so does Guar. So that's two more flashes for the Yorick, man.
I don't know if we can look at the gold diff right now, but I believe York has about a 2,000 gold lead just in his pocket right now.
It's exactly
on the board right
2,500 gold, and now Yorick's
Yeah.
going to also kill Guar. I'm pretty sure.
Unless he
Just feeds here. Yeah, he's actually probably dead here. Yeah, shutdown goes to Shen. Not exactly the person that you wanted on, but I think it's okay.
He
Shen
would
with
have
gold is not
lived,
bad.
I think, if Shen.
Ori
Shen
TP's
doesn't
in.
kill.
And so now there's no Ori TP. That's not bad. Okay, so we traded TPs with top and mid. That's fine. It's fine. We'll take that. So now side of Lotus has TP advantage, and Lux is catching bot. So Lux can catch the next bot wave, and if Sin fights here, Lux can insta TP into Banana and win the fight for his team. But we'll see if that ends up happening. Maokai is just farming, so it's probably just gonna be a concede from Sin. I hope it's just a concede, so they don't immediately throw the giant gold lead that they have on their York. But okay, cool. Nothing terrible happened.
Yeah. So Oriana saw that Shen TP earlier and said, I can do that too. And TP'd into literally nothing. The York was just dead. That was a complete misposition from Sean. What you gonna do? Coctif. Yeah. I don't know what else to say on that one.
We do see a bit of a death brush coming through here. There's no Maokai, so there's no like Maokai ult coming down immediately, so there's no actual kill threat, but It is interesting to. I don't know if Maokai is maxing the E second. I imagine that he is with his build. He's building CDR. He has the Oblivion Orb, so I assume he's maxing E second. I don't know if he is or not. I don't know if we can check that quickly, but if he is maxing DE, the game is going to be incredibly hard for Lotus because the amount of vision and zone control that the saplings do provide is really, really broken. Even without Red Smite, even just having vision of every single bush at like pretty much all times with saplings is makes this character strong enough to basically be blind picked in almost every draft, right? Like it's such an insane advantage. It's like having Ash map hack on your team essentially, but it's only for bushes.
And a little trick for all of you top lane enjoyers out there. So if you're really ahead like this on Yorick, what you do is you max Q, you put 3 points on your W. Now 3 points specifically matters because your first point into W does not increase the HP of your W, right? It doesn't increase the amount of auto attacks that your W takes to break. But the second level into it does, right? So level 1 Yorick Wall takes 2 autos to break. Level 2 Yorick Wall takes 2 autos to break. Level 3 takes 3. That is unironically a big deal in team fights, right? Because it allows you to wall off areas and get picks much more easily.
Yeah, especially since it completely dooms auto reset characters. Like if you're playing into Garen,
exactly.
having the third
Or
auto
Yorick,
on the wall
yeah.
is really good. Yeah.
Or excuse me, in the Mundo, for example, it's really useful to know that little tech. Yeah, so obviously I don't think Sean is gonna do that because he is not a Yorick connoisseur like me. But yeah, just a little pro tip for you guys out there who want to become cringe like me.
Well, soon enough, JP, it will not matter because the Yorick is about to tick level 16, and you'll have 3 points in the W ability anyway. So
Yep.
that will
and
not
he's just
matter.
completely ahead of the entire lobby. He's 3 levels ahead of anybody on the internet.
Yep. We do see a fight coming down. The Renata ult is going to hit Chris 10 solo. The Rakan ult is going to land onto Sean, but Sean is just going to walk forwards, wall off Crispy because he already uses E. Crispy's going to go down. Maokai is going to flash away from Jake. Jake is going to run away. He's going to go back in, try and get Tiny Tips. He's going to get blown up. Jinx is going to get a reset. She's autoing all the way from Uganda right now. Guar is 1 HP. Rakan's going back forwards. Guar is getting hit by the E. He's going to go down off of the burn damage from the E. The tower is going to go down, and that is a 3-4-0 play for the side of Syndicate, and this game is looking a lot more doomed than the last games for Lotus. That team fight was not as close as the last games have been, and it looks like Sin is actually going to get both objectives here, man.
Weak. Yeah, and I really like the buy from Sean, right? He went second item into Sterix, and that's a phenomenal buy, right? Normally you see either second item Spear of Shojin or second item what's it called, pen item sorry, completely blanking. Sorry, somebody in chat, y'all know what I'm talking about. It is midnight. I apologize. But Shirelius, yes, thank you. Sorry. Yeah, normally you see second item Shirelius or second item Spear of Shojin on York, but this is a really heads up item pickup because it just means that he doesn't die, right? It gives him just an extra like 30% of effective HP, right? And you saw it pop here. He should have 100% gone down, and he would have if he didn't have that extra shield. Yeah, you can see right here, he's gonna go way too fucking deep under tower, and that extra shield pops, eats 3 extra tower shots.
Yeah.
And this is just a dead Lux. I don't know what else to say about that one.
Yeah, it looks like she's completely doomed there.
Thank you to Maokai for not giving it to Jinx.
One thing I will say so far about this game is, you know, despite the lead that Sin has, And they are most likely going to win with it because they do have Yorick with Baron and Mountain Soul that is really, really ahead, and they don't really have a great answer to it. But Syndicate is actually playing these fights so poorly. Like, think about all the things that happened last fight. The Maokai ult was going to hit somebody regardless. We layered the Renata ult on top of it so that Renata ult got 0 usefulness.
Yeah,
So again,
0 value.
straight from draft, I told you that this Renata was already going to get 0 value, and now what little value she could have get by keeping people together, she didn't even get that out of her ulti in that fight. And then after all of that, Ori finally shows up to the fight, throws Q in the middle of the fight, presses R, and hits 0 people. So
But it doesn't matter. Sean is just so
it literally
fed.
doesn't matter because of how fed Yorick is, and they don't have a way to actually legitimately kill this
And
character
Sean
for
might be.
free.
Sean is dead here. Sean is just straight.
I don't even know if Sean is dead here. His whole team is coming and he has flash ability. He is going to live
There's no
for
way.
an additional amount of time that should not have been
Oh my
allowed,
God.
and now the game is over through top lane.
And that's jeez.
That was the game, guys.
Thanks for
Lotus
coming to
decided.
CCS.
Lotus decided to take us all the way to a game 5. Pull us along on our leashes, keep us here for 5 hours straight, just for Syndicate to lock in the Yorick. Who would have guessed that Sean is the actual best Yorick player in the server, and JP is just so abysmally ass and has no idea what he's talking about. And Sean just pulls up 1v9s the game and says, good night, I'm going to sleep, I've had enough. And, Syndicate are your lower bracket
Oh my
game
God.
round
Round
3
three
winners.
bullshit.
Yeah.
Fuck up, bro.
Congrats to Syndicate, man.
What do you even say about that? Like, this is just truly one of the games of all time. I mean, man, I'm glad I had a whiskey for that because holy shit. I mean, and that's exactly what I wanted to see was Sean push his lead, and it didn't even matter whether he was playing with good macro, good team fighting, bad team fighting. He was up a full item.
Yeah,
I mean-
it's just the Yorick had that one insane top fight where he got 3 kills, and then from there, even with the one death that he had the whole game, he kind of just took over the game, and there was not much that the side of Lotus could do once the Yorick got insanely fed. But with that, I will say that we are going to have an interview with Mr. Cupkid. No interview. No, there will not be an interview. We will all be going to sleep. It is 1 a.m. Good night, CCS. Good night, JP. Thank you, production team. That is the end of the stream. Love you all. Good night.
Yeah. Later, guys.